Good evening. I would like to call our regular Town of Sydney Council meeting to order at 6 p.m. or just a couple of minutes past 6 p.m. I'm Mayor McNeil Smith. Councillor colleagues to my far left, Councillor Novick, Councillor O'Keefe, Councillor Rintoul, to my far right, Councillor Duck, Councillor Duncan, and Councillor Gurnett. Good evening to members of staff, and good evening to members of the public, both here in the chamber and to those who may be watching the live webcast or a recording of this meeting on our website at a later date. I want to respectfully acknowledge that we are holding our meeting this evening in the territory of the Signage people, the Sartlip Nation, the Sayote Nation, the Pakwachin Nation, the Sakem Nation, and the Malahat Nation. In turning to approval of the agenda, since the agenda was published last Thursday, we have 4 additional items of correspondence, which I will indicate. The first is from Mr. Moffat, and it is regarding item 6B, so that correspondence will go under item 6B. The next 2 pieces of correspondence are from Dallas Rudd and from Jordan Milne, and they're regarding our DCC's program, and that will fall under item 13A. And the 4th is from Mr. Wainwright, and that will go under item 13B. Next, we have Councillor Gurnett wishes to raise a letter of correspondence that is currently under 15.2. Under that item, it wouldn't normally be considered for discussion, but in raising the item, as per Councillor Garnett's request, it will become item 14A. We also have correspondence under 15.3, a letter from St. Andrew's Church, and that will be moved to agenda item 11A. I will ask councillors if there are any other items to be raised. Seeing none, if I could have a motion to approve the agenda as amended. Moved by Councillor Duck, seconded by Councillor Novick. Any discussion? Seeing none, those in favor? That carries unanimous. Thank you. We'll next go to our public participation period, where we provide members of the public an opportunity to address council. We ask that you speak for only up to 4 minutes, and that you provide your name and the municipality that you reside in, and the topic that you wish to speak in. When you do come forward to the microphone, there is a little button at the bottom to make the mic live. You'll see a red light come on. So I will call for a first time. Anyone wishing to come forward, please come forward. You can also adjust the height of the mic if you so wish.
Well, I'm here as a private citizen and also representing GVAT and Greater Victoria acting together. My name is Wallace George Dutemple. I'm a former councillor of North Saanich, former fundraiser to build the Mary Winspear Community Centre, and one of a small group of citizens who guaranteed the first loans to start the fundraising, to do the needs survey, and the first model and plans for the wonderful community centre we now have. Well, I am here today as a concerned citizen, and I would like to say, as our First Nations brothers and sisters say, on whose unceded lands we live, as a knowledge keeper, I'm here to ask that Sydney show the same compassion, caring, and community spirit for the homeless during extreme cold events, as Sydney did long ago in the hot summer of 1958, when passengers waited on hot asphalt for weeks for a Canadian Pacific vessel that never came. That was 2 years before BC Ferries was established as a result. The strike isolated the island from the mainland. The few motels in Sydney were overbooked, nowhere to sleep, not enough restaurants to eat in. what happened then? Well, the town of Sydney and its people showed great generosity and were praised across the province and Canada for opening Sancha Hall, the predecessor of the Mary Winspear Community Centre, providing a soup kitchen services, sleeping spaces, and washrooms for hundreds of stranded folks. Well, that was Sydney's generosity then, decades ago. And what now? Well, I have faith in all of you and the citizens and community of Sydney to act in the same spirit of our ancestors, all together, with similar open hearts. You are the same caring people. Instead of hundreds in need during the summer heat of 58, I ask that you support a few homeless people in the damp, cold nights of 25, 26. I trust in you to make a generous and caring decision again, and to find a facility to keep our most vulnerable citizens safe in freezing weather. I leave that to your kind hearts to consider later in the meeting. Thank you. And I do have a letter here for the mayor. May I give it to you, sir?
Sure, absolutely. Thank you for coming forward this evening. I'll ask for our next speaker to come forward, please. Good evening.
Good evening. Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is John Borsay. I'm here on behalf of Woodsmere Holdings, the developer of the upcoming project at 2114 Beacon Avenue West. I'm here to speak to you about the DCCs being discussed tonight. I'd like to start by thanking staff for their collaboration through the development process, through the DCC program. Their willingness to consult and incorporate our feedback is much appreciated considering the significance of this change. And while we appreciate that work, we continue to have our concerns about fully implementing this DCC program without first reviewing the broader fee environment in Sydney. DCCs are only a part of the larger system of municipal contributions, and in considering them in isolation can misrepresent the real costs placed on housing. A holistic review must be consider how base zoning interacts with the fees. For our Beacon project, for example, the base zoning only supports 44 units. To deliver the building that meets the housing needs and remains financially viable, we must rely on the bonus density provisions, which triggers further contributions. We expect to pay roughly about $4,500 per unit combined in part contributions and density bonus fees. That amount completely offsets the reduction shown in the DCC update. Please note that this fee does not include potential infrastructure upgrades that may be required during subdivision, a point that was noted during our consultation. These items together form the true fee stack, and its total cost, not a single item, determines when a project is viable. When a project begins with low base density, then faces contributions for bonus density, part fees, new DCCs, the cumulative cost burden becomes significant. We agree that low DCCs over history in Sydney have played an important role in encouraging housing development. However, a housing supportive environment depends on several factors working together, including not just fees, but also broader context in which projects are reviewed and the densities that can be approved. Sydney's housing report shows a general decline in the amount of housing provided after the implementation of the DCC in 1998. This decline occurred despite the low DCC fees that remained in place. Fees are a meaningful part of the equation, but they work best when aligned with supportive overall housing environment. Another important consideration is the long-term fiscal benefit of development. Our Beacon project is expected to generate at least 10 times the annual property tax revenue collected from the same land area. That increased tax base supports municipal infrastructure and services over the lifespan of the building on the same amount of land, reducing the overall burden on the existing taxpayers. Growth, when planned thoughtfully, strengthens the financial sustainability of a community. For all these reasons, we respectfully urge Council to delay implementation of the DCC program to allow for a more holistic review of the existing bylaws, including the DCCs, part contributions, density bonuses, and off-site upgrade requirements, including consideration for a phased-in approach, a recommendation in the Provincial Development Cost Charges Best Practices Guide. A thorough economic analysis and measured rollout will provide staff, council, and the development community with the flexibility needed to align infrastructure funding with actual market conditions and ensure Sydney can continue to deliver much-needed housing. Thank you for your time today, and take care for the rest of your evening.
Thank you for coming forward. I'll turn to the next speaker, please.
My name is Lois Aney, and I'm a resident of Sydney. And I've recently had citizens come up to me in the parking lot at St. Andrews, sometimes at our soup kitchen as well, and offer blankets and sleeping bags and things. They're very concerned about our unhoused neighbors, wanting to help in whatever way they can. This issue isn't going to go away until it's dealt with. So I'm speaking for the 11A item. And when you're talking about it, I'd like some clarification about whether winter 2026 means starting January or the end of December next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
My name is Brian Mosey, and I live at,
Microphone, please.
sorry, I live at 10051 3rd Street, and I'm here to talk to item number 11A, as I did the last time I was here approaching council. On November 7th, I attended the Spark meeting, this is, Sandwich Peninsula Advisory Committee for accessibility, sorry. It got me thinking that, you know, about access and inclusion, and it means different things to different people, but in the context of what we're talking about here tonight on 11A, access and inclusion is things that applies to basic human rights, human needs, and quality of life. And that's the piece I think we need to kind of focus on as far as what we're doing for the unhoused in this community, particularly during these extreme times. I found an article online by, and it dates back to 1941. There was a Dr. Maslow, psychologist, and it defines. I need to go no further.
Maslow's hierarchy is pretty
Sorry?
famous.
He talks about physiological needs, and the fundamentals of that are food, water, clothing, sleep, and shelter. And we owe it to the people, I think, that are unhoused in this community, and there's not that many relative to other communities, to try to address the requirements that they have in a compassionate and human way. I know, and I had an exchange of emails with the chief, and he was very gracious in explaining the limitations of what he was working to in September in terms of the terms of reference for what the choices were. And it came down to the number one choice being the center, which turned out to be not acceptable. And I realized it put you guys collectively in a difficult situation. On the one hand, it's a needed thing, and I don't think anybody in the audience here didn't agree with the fact it was needed. The fundamental was that was not the right location. But there's still a need out there for the service. I know that the proposal is in front of you now, as far as the motion, talks about bringing back a report outlining the potential options and costs to council by January 12th, 2026. And, you know, we've had since September, and, you know, we're now at a point here early December where there's been actually no movement visible to the community, at least, on this file. And by January 12th, we're going to be right in the middle of what could be some pretty dire weather. And I ask that we look at, you know, contingency plans between now and then to see if there's something we can do, can be done. There's several locations. One was talked about tonight was Mary Winspear Center. I was kind of looking at other solutions, one of which was the old ferry terminal. And I wrote a letter in on that one earlier, and the chief responded back why there were some limitations to that, one of which is that there's no heating in the building, and the other is there's no sprinkler system. And it strikes me as it's a community asset, and if it's not being managed, maintained properly, then it should be, even if the ferry operation isn't going to be using it. So that's one example, and Windspear would be another. Anyway, there's other speakers I'm sure who want to talk this. I'll try to move through this, but put me down. And on the email I sent in October, I said about there was a community of interest that would like to see this move forward. I sat on the Mayor's Downtown Revitalization Task Force, and we tried to move some initiatives forward in terms of increasing economic activity in the town. I think this is a good opportunity for the town to look at a cross-functional task force, maybe including some of the service entities within here, Rotary, Lions, the Salvation Army, to see if we can't come up with a holistic solution and collectively and find a way to fund that. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'll turn to the next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. John Trelevin from Sydney, 3rd Street, not that many blocks from the community center that is the focus of such interest this evening. But I came here to talk mostly about DCCs, but let me say, as a resident of Sydney, a friend to many people who live in that building, I was quite shocked that there were no contingency plans if that site proved not viable, and that was the council's judgment. Are we overusing the word emergency? I mean, it's an emergency. And I gather the fire chief was under the impression that the notional budget was $5,000. He said so in the council meeting. It's an emergency. The budget is irrelevant. We can't have people freezing to death in the streets of Sydney. We're a very generous community, as Wally Du Temple has pointed out, and I had not heard that story before. Wally, that's brilliant. We're right up there with a little town in Newfoundland. In a sense, cost is no object. What we're dealing with cannot continue. And I would urge the council, before the 12th of January, to figure out a way to make this happen this year, and then decide if you want to accept the invitation, I think, from the Anglican minister, even if it means putting a capital budget together and equipping a part of the church with whatever BC Housing requires. I honor your presence on council and the staff of this community. It's not an easy task to be an elected official whose major job is to define the public good and then figure out a way to pay for it. Colbert was the finance minister of France in the 15th century, and he wrote The Art of Taxation. It is the art of plucking the goose as to obtain the maximum number of feathers with the minimum amount of hissing. I want to turn my attention to DCCs. First time I addressed this council was years ago when I heard of something called amenity fees. And I'm thinking, what in God's name are amenity fees attached to new development? And I asked at that time if the planning department in the town of Sydney had any kind of budget in mind for what they might use amenity fees for. I was assured there was no budget. Well, and I guess there isn't a budget. But it turns out in this process there is a wish list. Somebody in a desk has got a little list that says, well, if the money comes in, here's the next thing we'll spend it on. When I was newly elected to the Chamber, the St. Vincent Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors, I suggested 12 years ago that there should be a tour of industry for the municipal officials in the 3 municipalities. They've been held for 11 of the 12 years. We went to 9 businesses in a day. from the Ocean Discovery Center, which was at the 2x4 stage, to Viking Aviation, who were building their new headquarters. There was no script. We just asked, the only thing we asked was that the meetings be held on the shop floor surrounded by young people who were working in those businesses. The number one issue that came out was workforce housing. People would love to move here, but they couldn't find a place to live. So Ian Brown, as president of the chamber, we developed a spreadsheet and went to all 3 municipal councils to discuss the impact of density on housing.
Mr. Terrelevin, I am going to interject for a moment. If you could wrap up your 4 minutes fairly quickly, please.
I shall. At a meeting in one of the councils, I was sitting beside an individual who saw the spreadsheet and saw the cost per door for each of these, whether you had one house on an acre or 10. And his reaction was, "Oh, do you mean the homeowner pays that?" He didn't realize that. So my only advice on DCCs is very simple. They're not paid by the developer. They're paid by future homeowners in Sydney. And rather than a development tax, this is a future homeowner's tax. Very difficult to calculate.
Thank you, Mr. Terrelevin.
Thank you.
Point of order.
Yes,
Can we have a motion to extend public participation?
I'll take that as a mover.
Second.
And seconded. Those in favor? Thank you. None are opposed. We'll ask for the next speaker, please.
Good
I will
evening.
keep a little closer track of time. We do have many speakers this evening, and we ask to be, in fairness, that everyone try to keep their
Mine
remarks
is
to 4
brief.
minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Brian Head. I've been living in wonderful Sydney since March 2018. I'm a member of St. Andrew's Anglican Church, and I'm here tonight to deal with the outfall from the decision on Wakefield. The reaction keeps waving in on me. Friends, neighbors, members of Cordova Bay 55, which my wife and I participate in, and I'm consistently overwhelmed by the influence of the pressure group on the council's ability to lead. I reviewed all 400 names on that petition, and I know must have been people, many people on that list were pressured to sign. I contacted 8 who are members of St. Andrew's Parish. All have made financial contribution to Friends on an ongoing basis. Many of them have lunch on Wednesday with members of our homeless community. Many are in their 80s and one is 99. They did not understand what they were signing. The canvassers used fear tactics. The residents of Wakefield would be moved out to make way for a permanent shelter. The encampments of Victoria would be coming to Sydney. Quite fake information, manipulation of the vulnerable, and those with diminished cognitive skills due to age. Some others whose names I recognize signed just to get the canvassers' harassment at the door to end. Presenters at the council meeting often use the word compassion. There was no compassion, just a word void of any truth. I hope the council will lead. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward. I'll turn to our next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Gerald Moffat, and I live at 9512 Lochside Drive. I'm speaking as president of a 9-unit bare land strata, and that strata is located immediately adjacent to the Cedarwood site. Our strata opposes the requested sign variances at the Cedarwood site. There have been few written submissions to the town regarding the sign application. We believe Sydney residents relied on the report and recommendations of the Committee of the Whole, and that report and recommendations found major deficiencies in the application and made recommendations that would significantly reject portions of them. Accordingly, the public may have believed that further letters were unnecessary. However, our strata does wish to voice its objections. Turning to the application, the applicant wants signs that Sydney's signs bylaw wants more signs than bylaw permits, signs much larger than what is permitted, signs higher than what is permitted, signs lighted contrary to what is permitted, and signs for much longer than is permitted. Let's be clear. The applicant is not simply asking for variances. He's asking you to throw away the sign bylaw. He is double dipping in spades. He's proposing a total display area nearly 5 times the amount permitted for a single-face temporary sign. And he wants it without time limits. Moreover, the applicant is not really refreshing the old cedarwood sign. In reality, he's building a new one not permitted by Sydney's sign bylaw. The new sign would have totally new display spaces, each at double the size of the current. The support posts would be replaced and moved, and upcast lighting would be added. Next to nothing would be left of the original sign. The applicant is merely trying to free ride on the existing sign's grandfather status. Next, construction of the 3-story condo along Lochside may not begin for years. It's obvious that the townhouses will be built first. So in reality, these proposed signs are for the townhouses, not the condo, for the next couple of years in any case. The condo is at the western end of the site with access from Wyler. Now, our strata is not asking for the signs to be relocated to Wyler, but we do think there is a strong reason, therefore, to limit the size of the sign on Lochside and only allow one sign. The Committee of the Whole, which met on October 20th, produced recommendations with which our strata agrees, including only one freestanding sign, no lighting, upcast or downcast. Our strata recommends 2 additions. If a rebuilt cedarwood sign is allowed, there should be a sunset clause, allowing it for no more than 2 years without reapplication. And if such a sign is allowed, it should have a maximum height of 10 feet and a maximum display area each side of 100 square feet. For comparison, the old Cedarwood Motel successfully ran for decades with 70 square feet each side. In summary, our strata asks the following: only one sign, no lighting, limited in height and display area, and allowed for no more than 2 years without reapplication. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. We'll turn to the next speaker, please. Good evening.
Hello. I am Alison Brennan from Sydney, 7th Street. And I'd just like to, in a very short way, address the issue of emergency sleeping quarters for the homeless. In regard to what the first speaker said, I do think Sydney is a very generous community. I also do think that we all have to budget. The city or the municipality of Sydney knows what's coming in, and it's hard to overspend it. And also the taxpayers get mad at you if you do. And St Andrew's Church has to budget too. But St Andrew's Church did come forward, and they have been very generous to homeless people already that we know of, and offer their hall as a place for these people to sleep. And I gather that according to the bylaws, it was unsatisfactory as sleeping quarters for people because, among other things, it wasn't sprinkled. I wonder if there isn't an option for the residents of Sydney, generous as they are, to contribute to a fund set up by the Sydney Council, where we could contribute money to the amount that's needed that would help St Andrews upgrade their hall. Everybody's happy with that being the place where it could be done. I'm sure plenty of money would come in, and and possibly, I don't know, there's even a way for the Sydney Council to make it a tax deductible sort of thing where you contribute and that happens. I don't know about that. But I'm pretty sure with the generous municipality of Sydney, you would have enough money coming in to provide St Andrew's Church with the means to upgrade their location for that purpose.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and councillors. My name is Kelly Duncan. I work at St Andrew's Anglican Church and I live here in Sydney. My purpose in speaking today is to highlight the open letter to you from St Andrew's, from Greater Victoria Acting Together, and from Homes for Living. I'm hopeful that you'll consider joining us on December 6th in sleeping out in the cold in solidarity with those who are underhoused in our community. Since the letter was published, citizens from around Sydney have come into the church office, sent emails, and phoned us to express their support for an extreme weather shelter in Sydney. It is cold and rainy outside tonight, but not yet cold enough to trigger a shelter opening if we had one. Tonight, as you deliberate on this issue, we hope you can hold in mind those you know personally or have met on the streets of Sydney for whom the battle to stay warm and dry is a reality every night. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward. I'll turn to the next speaker, please.
Thank you. I almost feel as though I'm in the wrong meeting tonight. I'm here to talk about seawalls. So I'll condense and be brief as much as I can. I do very much support the need for the shelter and the demonstration of sleeping out. I would not want to be sleeping out tonight, and I won't want to be sleeping out December 6th, but I know that some of you will, and you have my full respect and commendation for that.
If you could please provide
Yes.
your name, please.
Sorry, yes. Oh, Jocelyn Gifford. I live on Albay Road. I have been resident of Sydney for 16 years now. I'm the communications volunteer for Roberts Bay residents and associated with Peninsula Streams. I'm on their board and I volunteer in their beach program, surveying our beaches for forage fish that are such a vital part of forage fish eggs spawning that are such a vital part of our ecosystem in the Salish Sea. I'm not here representing any other organization, although I'm also any of those organizations, although I'm also a member of other environmental ones. I mention my involvement only to demonstrate my long-standing concern and some familiarity with the issues on our shorelines. Most importantly, yes, I've lived in Sydney next to Roberts Bay for 16 years. I respect staff's work on this file, which is agenda item 13B, Albay Road project status. Staff have limitations based on bylaws and policy in dealing with it and on reporting publicly or discussing it. I think all residents welcomed staff's quick action with the stop work order and the social media post. But the staff report indicates there would have been no social media post if they had not heard from the public and Peninsula Streams had not issued a news release. Ms. Verhagen's staff report to Council today is very welcome and informative regarding the permits that were issued in March and how the project has been handled since. The fact that reports have been submitted and scrutinized and found wanting is reassuring. I can't count the number of times I've been asked by neighbors or fellow volunteers what's happening about the removal of vegetation and the excavation that completely transforms the beach at 10393 Albay. and similarly 2525 Rothsay. The Roberts Bay Beach is heavily used by the public. It inspires and brings joy to every person who walks, swims, and paddles here, or simply sits and admires the view. It's part of the International Migratory Bird Sanctuary and home to many hundreds of ducks each winter. It's a spawning beach for key species of fish. The public and environmental significance of this beach and the peninsula shoreline more broadly is not suitable, in my view, for seawalls to be treated as DP minor. The lack of communication and public engagement in the DP minor process is, I think, unfair to everyone involved, except possibly the developers. Without any oversight by council or the public, the process undermines public trust in staff and town government overall. For staff, it creates a perception that they're talking with developers, not the public, or even immediate neighbors, which is clearly not a helpful perception of staff's role. But under the circumstances, how can Sydney residents understand that staff are not in cahoots with developers? The staff report says that even though they did not go to council for review, DP minors are still considered public information, in that members of the public can ask to review site and landscape plans by contacting development services. The catch is that it's not reasonable, in my view, to expect people to ask for documents they don't know exist. For immediate neighbors, the process seems designed to blindside them. For environmental organizations, they're unable to provide information, offer advice, or advocate to suggest better ways when they have no idea that anything is actually in the works. And this is the structure that staff are working in, and I think it's up to council to change that, frankly.
Ms. Gifford, if you could
Yes.
close shortly.
Close shortly, okay. The other issue is prevention, deterrence, and enforcement, and the $500 fine, which is admittedly maximum under the bylaw, does not seem to be at all commensurate with the kind of damage that has been done. So I think that's my main point. For me, the shoreline is fish habitat, nesting and roosting trees, other ecological functions that are irreplaceable in the short term. It's called environmentally sensitive for a reason, and we need to use qualified environmental professionals as needed. So I'm hoping for remediation for the best possible outcome, and for a change in the process, both in terms of the secrecy, really, unintended, but that's what it is, and the kind of penalties that are available. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward. I'll call for a second time. Are there any further speakers? Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening regarding item 13A, DCC bylaw. My name is Leah Bell, and I represent the Urban Development Institute Capital Region in Victoria. We acknowledge and commend staff for the hard work and diligence that have gone into preparing the DCC proposal to support the town of Sydney's growth, while aiming to protect affordability for its residents. Updating the DCC bylaw is a complex and important task, and we appreciate the effort and consultation with stakeholders that have occurred. We also value staff's consideration in reducing the number of projects in the initial program list. That is a positive step forward as the program moves into finalization. While the reduced project list is progressive, we still have concerns. We recommend Council consider a forward-looking approach and scrutinize the projects proposed in light of recent BC stats growth projections. Updated forecasts show a 73% decline in projected growth compared to the last decade, meaning some projects may not be needed or could be deferred. Council has the Mulholland Parker Economic Analysis Report in tonight's agenda package, which reinforces this point. Growth assumptions have changed significantly since drafting this program, and it would be prudent to factor this into your decision. The Local Government Act requires that DCC rates not deter reasonably priced housing or service land. Without economic analysis, it's hard to confirm this. Mulholland Parker's study found 4 out of 5 housing forms in the region are not viable under current market conditions, and therefore, this proposed DCC would further delay housing project timelines. And here's the bigger picture. Sydney's proposed DCC for low density residential, even after the project list reduction, is $18,344 and $10,792 for medium density. The proposed water DCC will add $9,044 per single family home and $7,914 per townhouse. Combined, that's new charges of $27,388 for a single family home and $18,706 for a townhouse. And that's before other cumulative costs like the provincial building code changes and new energy efficiency requirements such as energy step code and zero carbon step code. Every dollar added here is passed on to the future end user, the family buying a home or the renter signing a lease. Getting these calculations right matters because it affects affordability and housing supply. We have noted that reductions in DCC rates were even or uneven across land uses. Commercial saw a 45% reduction, industrial 40%, but medium density residential only 36%. We question this disparity. And the proposed 12-month grandfathering period is too short for multi-phase projects. We urge a 24-month period to reflect realistic timelines. In short, we're asking Council to direct staff to provide detailed rationale for each project and cost allocation, conduct economic analysis with input from all stakeholders, including developers, apply fairness and reductions and extend grandfathering to 24 months, and revisit growth assumptions before finalizing this bylaw. Because if growth slows as projected, some projects may not be needed, and stacking these costs on top of the water DCC and provincial building code changes will have long-term consequences for housing affordability. Yes, this is all more work, but these decisions will shape Sydney's growth and affordability for years, well beyond the tenure of those making them tonight. Taking the time now to get this right will help ensure a strong, balanced outcome for the community. Our call to action is simple. Please pause before drafting the bylaw and give staff the mandate to complete this additional analysis and consultation. Doing so will protect housing affordability, ensure fairness, and support the infrastructure Sydney needs to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward this evening.
Thank you.
I'll call for a third time. Are there any further speakers? Not seeing any further speakers. Thank you to everyone who did take the time to come forward this evening and address Council. I'll close the public participation period, and we're next going to turn to our CAO, Chief Administrative Officer, Mr. Edwards, for recognition of long-term employees. Mr. Edwards.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. It is my great pleasure and even greater honor to be able to present some long service awards to our dedicated staff tonight. And you know, I was up here last year doing a similar presentation to other staff, and it didn't dawn on me until more recently that I might be coming up here every year, because it seems that Sydney is not only just a great place to work in words, but in practice, because in looking at the tenure track record of our employees, it does seem that we have a lot of committed employees that tend to stay, want to stay, and do stay. So. You know, I think these nights, these kind of recognitions are really important, because the work that the town staff does truly is the backbone work of the community. And more often than not, it goes unseen, unrecognized, and doesn't get the attention or appreciation that it deserves. Our team works tirelessly behind the scenes to make the town what it is, to make the things that we take for granted function on a day-to-day basis. They do a brilliant job in making our community beautiful. One can just step outside this evening and take a stroll down Beacon and see that for itself. But we also have the wonderful joy of being able to turn on our taps and flush our toilets without having to think about it. And I think one of the things that we often forget about too is that breadth of scope of the work that our town does, and it's very wide. And tonight is just a small glimpse into that. And so tonight we have the opportunity to recognize 3 different service areas from 4 different staff. And so I would like to start with acknowledging 2 staff that weren't able to make it this evening, and then I'll call upon those that were able to make it this evening and present them with their award. And so we have Aaron Cooke, who's with our finance department, and finance department is one of those departments I think you can all appreciate just how important it is. I mean, we're coming into budget season, so I think you're all very attuned to it, and I think the community is also quite attuned to it as well. But they're the kind of folks that work quietly and diligently, sort of behind the lines, and most folks never get a chance or an opportunity to truly see who they are and perhaps all the great work that they do. And so Aaron's been with us for 10 years, and he's not able to be with us here tonight, but I do want to acknowledge the great work that he's done. I also want to acknowledge Matthew Ewell, who has been with us for 15 years. And Matthew is one of those excellent workers that helps us brush our teeth in the mornings, have showers, and things like that. Matthew's been with us working in the Public Works Department for his whole 15 years and is currently the crew chief for the underground utilities. And it truly is work that goes mostly unseen, but it's absolutely essential and critical to our day-to-day functions. So a big thank you to Matthew for all of the great work that he's done. And then it gives me really great pleasure to announce Corey McLaughlin, who I believe is here with us tonight, somewhere deep in the crowd in the back there. And Corey, so I'm hopeful that you're able to make your way up through the crowd here to be able to accept this award of your 10 years of work with the municipality in the Public Works Department, also helping us brush our teeth and have showers. Thank you. Thank you. And I think we're going to ask the mayor to step up here and present the award here. And And then the other service area that's represented tonight is our fire department. And so it gives me great pleasure to ask for our Deputy Fire Chief, Mike Harmon, to come up and accept this award on behalf of the town from the mayor. Mike has been with us for 20 years and has been a Deputy Fire Chief for the last 10 years, I think it is. So thank you, Mike. So with that, Mayor, again, just a great appreciation and thanks to these 4 staff who have been serving with us for many years, but also appreciation and thanks to all the staff.
Thank you, and congratulations to all the long service employees, and thank you, Mr. Edwards, for the recognition this evening. I'm coming into the chamber this evening and listening to those during public participation. I'm aware that there are a number of topics on our agenda this evening where members of the public are here to hear our deliberations, but by far, I think there is the larger interest in the extreme cold weather shelter, which is 10 more items down on our agenda. So I would ask a councillor to now move that item be moved to the next item.
So moved.
Moved by councillors Duck and Novick. Any discussion? Seeing none, those in favor? The motion carries. So we're turning to item 11A. We do have the correspondence that we made reference to earlier in the evening. I'm just turning to that myself. And I'm going to turn to 2 of the 3 council members who brought this forward to please read and move the recommendation and have it seconded.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Keefe, please.
So the motion, the recommendation, or the motion is that staff investigate further locations and options to establish an extreme cold weather shelter for the balance of winter 2026, such as Sydney Courthouse, Anacortes Ferry Terminal Building, Community Safety Building, local churches, and other potential locations. Secondly, that staff consider funding options via BC Housing, Ministry of Emergency Management and Climate Readiness, or town funded. And finally, to bring back a report outlining the potential options and costs to council by January 12th, 2026.
Moved by councillor O'Keefe, seconded by councillor Duck. I'll turn to the movers to speak first, please.
Thank you. So as we know, we had asked staff to come up with an option for a shelter, and Wakefield was proposed, and that didn't proceed. Since then, council has not given any formal direction to staff to continue to do this. We've had numerous communications from the public, people coming up to me in the street, in the coffee shop, asking, what's your plan B? What's going on next? So I think there's a strong desire from the community for us to do something. Even from those who were opposed to Wakefield, there's a strong sense that we need to do something. When we last discussed this in October, the feeling seemed to be that staff would continue to kind of look into it as they had time, and they would notify us if an alternative came up. However, I think if we are serious about establishing a cold weather shelter for this year, and by this year I mean January, February, March 2026, that we need to signal that intention to staff. Staff might be working on some alternatives. I think they kind of are, but even if that's the case, I think it's important for us to signal that this is something we want done for this winter. And if there are priorities that need to be postponed, staff need the opportunity to tell us about those. I just don't think it's fair that they would feel they have to manage the shelter project on top of all the other priorities and projects that are on their plate. The motion is structured to broaden the scope of what we originally asked. So initially we had recommended funding via BC Housing, but the motion is structured to allow that if that funding isn't available, let's look at other options through emergency management, climate readiness, or from the town. There's some specific locations mentioned, and there may be reasons that they may not be suitable. But I think what's important is having those things reported out to council formally in a report, and I think for the benefit of the community as well. I mean, there's a lot of suggestions that have come forward. People saying, why don't we do this? Why don't we do that? And some of those things may have been mentioned in passing at a meeting, but I think what's useful is to have it in a report so people can see what has been considered. Also, the intent of the report is to convey that we know that there's hurdles that are related to funding and building code and safety code and zoning issues, but the desire is to signal to staff that we want to get this done. We're heading into the third winter since we first formally became aware of this issue through the folks at St. Andrews. And there's apparently a polar vortex on the horizon, and there are people who will suffer great harm or worse if unless we take action. So I don't think we can continue to kick the can down the road on this issue, and I think giving staff that formal direction is what we need to do at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Duck, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I want to echo some of the comments that came in from public participation today. We're looking to direct staff for an immediate response because we are moving into that time of year when we need that immediate response. It doesn't have to be a forever response. This may be only for winter of 2026, but we need to have something in place that does support the homeless in our community. Right now, the only option we have is to hand them a kit or the police drive them into Victoria, which are not good options for the people that are part of our community. As was indicated in public participation, we need to demonstrate to the community there's visible movement on this and report out, as my colleague has said, on those options that aren't going to work or need some, so that everybody understands why Mary Winspear Centre won't work or will work, or the ferry terminal or churches. So there's clear communication and understanding of what the options are and what staff have been doing, and to my knowledge, have been working on these, but I think the community is looking for some sort of report out on that so they understand and feel like there is action on this. And as indicated, some sort of response for at least 2026. Beyond that, we've got time. But right now we have to address winter 2026. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll turn to Councillor Gurnett next, please.
Thank you, Mayor. As the third person who put his name on this report, I don't want to echo too many of the points that my fellow councillors made. I was one of the people that voted against Wakefield Manor. I still stand behind that decision because I thought that was the wrong location, but not because we don't need something in Sydney, because we clearly do based on what people have said, the emails and letters we've received since, and conversations on the street. And one thing that became very apparent to me right away was we did not share enough information with the community in terms of the places we looked into and why they didn't meet the qualifications or what we were requiring. And I think that was an important piece that was missing. And that's obvious by the amount of suggestions we've been getting since that decision was made. And for me, it's not about the decision for something that's permanent going forward. It's about decision for this year, because this year is on us. It's upon us. And as Councillor O'Keefe mentioned, the polar vortex, we've experienced that here before. We know how incredibly cold it is and how difficult it is even to be out shopping, let alone having to live in those kind of conditions. So I guess my overall approach is, and maybe it's naive, it's just the way I am, is that it's like, instead of trying to find reasons that the government puts in place why we can't do something, I want to approach it like, how can we do something? So it's different, just kind of a different mindset. And if there's obstacles, how can we overcome them? And so I think from that perspective, I'm hoping we can find some sort of solution, some that will come quickly. I'm very hopeful that something can be found. And I'll leave it there for now. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gurnett. I'll take this moment to turn to staff if there's any comment that they'd like to provide at this time. Mr. Edwards.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council. And I do have a few things I'd like to share about this report in motion from a staff perspective, and then I will turn to our fire chief to see if he would also like to share some of his perspectives too. And so, first and foremost, I do, like all of you, agree that this is a very important issue that does deserve our time and attention, and so I'm grateful for council to continuing to see to bring it forward, and we'll I do want council and the public to know that staff have not forgotten about the issue, and even though there wasn't a clear council direction since the September public hearing, you know, staff do continue to explore ideas, but not with the same level of capacity as prior. Sydney has very limited staffing capacity, and the amount of staff time and effort that went into the proposal that came forward on September 8th was dramatically significant. And I don't say this in any way to diminish the importance of the issue and try to say that it's not feasible or capable, but I do want to impress upon council and the community that this effort was a very significant effort, and we truly don't have the capacity to be chasing these solutions in the way that some of our other municipal partners do that have dedicated staff for this type of work. The team that was assembled to take this on was essentially doing this as part of all of their other duties, and so I think that needs to be really clear. And I do also appreciate the sentiment that some of the locations, you know, if we're able to share some of the locations and research that was conducted, that would help put the community's minds at ease. And I think we can share some of that, but I also need to remind folks too that not all of the locations, or it's not up to us to share all of the locations that we may have explored with other private third-party entities. It's not for us to disclose exploration of those unless they're willing and open to that. We will endeavor to, you know, pursue this if it's the will of council to pursue this staff report and bring it back. But I do want to say that I myself have been looking at alternative sites since before that date, and we'll continue to do so until we can bring forward an option that we think is going to meet all of the criteria. There are some really very specific criteria. It's not as easy as some people might think that it is, and so first and foremost, life safety is a paramount consideration in whatever facility we use. Then there needs to be operational considerations for whoever's going to be operating the facility, and so, you know, they have their own operational concerns, and for the safety of the staff that are operating the facility as well as those that are using the facility. And then there's any kind of requirements from any of our funding partners that might want to support us in this endeavor. And then paramount too is our own regulatory rules around land use. And so depending on the location that we would be seeking, it very well may require an OCP amendment, and at the very least it will likely require a rezoning unless it's in, or it most definitely will require rezoning. And those alone trigger a public hearing. And so I want to be really clear that while it might seem like a very simple task where we can find a warm, dry space and open it up, it's not as simple as it might sound. And I do note that the facilities that are on the motion tonight have been explored and in detail and can be discounted right off the bat. But I'm happy to include that information in the report that would come back so that it is formally acknowledged. But I'm also happy to explain it in more detail tonight if council so wishes. But I would like to turn to the fire chief to see if he has anything further he'd like to add.
Good evening, Chief Mickelson.
Good evening. Yeah, I would just like to echo a few of Mr. Edwards' comments, and staff recognize obviously the importance of this file, and we'll do our best to provide recommendations and options in what is a time-condensed environment. It is a less encumbered kind of framework than we dealt with previously, and having kind of more clear direction, you know, is probably definitely advantageous. In that context, having you know, an extreme weather response shelter in the context of overnight sleeping and mats versus simply a warming shelter where people can get out of the cold and stay warm. In this condensed time environment, I think we'll probably be happy with what we can come up with based on the time frame and the various funding options, looking at whether it's BC Housing, Emergency Management, Climate Readiness, or self-funded through the town. But those are things we'd obviously have to look at and investigate. I would also look that, you know, the staff report that was drafted by council detailed our limitations in staff capacity, and I would just like to again remind council for context that all other local authorities that are even contemplating or have in place a cold weather shelter or even facilitate one have minimum of 1, but typically 2 or 3 full-time emergency management coordinators to facilitate that. To put these things in place, that's the cost of doing business from a staff perspective. So moving forward, that needs to be looked at and considered based on the workload and what's going forward. We'll do everything we can. If that's the direction of council, we'll move forward. But that's a little bit of a background about how we can best move forward.
Thank you, Chief. I'll turn back to Councillor if there's any further discussion. Councillor O'Toole, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate staff's comments with respect to you know, the significance of getting some clear direction from council on what you know, we would like to see come back to us in the type of timeline, and so I know this is going to be challenging. I did hope that we could further explore a couple of suggestions, and I don't know if the motion that's before you gives you the latitude to do that, but I'll just comment on them, and then perhaps you can provide some guidance on how that could be addressed. One is, a member of the public this evening made reference to perhaps the town could help facilitate a mechanism to for individual residents who I know are, you know, well-intentioned to perhaps provide donations towards a project of this nature and undertaking of this nature. And if I could, through you, Mayor, perhaps to Mr. Hissick, if you could comment, you know, just briefly, if such an avenue is worth exploring. I know, given the tight time, it might not be for this particular year, but is that something that is perhaps feasible and could be included in the report back to council?
I'm sorry, Councillor, can you please repeat exactly what aspect you want me to comment on?
Is the town eligible to collect funds in the form of donations and use them for a defined purpose? Is there a mechanism in the Local Government Act for the town to be able to do that?
We can certainly collect and aggregate funds. I don't believe we could issue tax receipts unless it were a town initiative, and I'm not convinced yet that this qualifies.
Thank you. So that's one element, and perhaps it's not the most urgent of the discussion topics, but it's one that perhaps the town needs to give consideration to, because we certainly have heard and have witnessed that this is a generous community that would like to participate and help. I think that is probably a mechanism that could well be utilized, be it down the road. Next, if I may, just with respect to a comment that the chief made, a reference to warming center versus extreme cold weather shelter, and if perhaps you could indicate whether or not this motion, you know, you feel you've got the latitude to introduce the concept of a warming center as part of this report back to council.
Yeah. Through the mayor to Councillor Rintoul, it's my understanding, and obviously this is kind of being progressively elaborated as we go, but it's my understanding that obviously an extreme weather response shelter that we looked at through the context of BC Housing was a facility in which unhoused persons would come in, they would be provided a mat, they could sleep and be monitored over time, where a warming center as you kind of go through the algorithm of typically when BC housing facilities are full, then local jurisdictions, if staffed appropriately, can open emergency warming centers. Those are not, and those are funded through emergency management and climate readiness through a task number, which you apply for reimbursement. It's not guaranteed, but that is basically just a place where you can go. It's obviously a warm environment. You're out of the cold. You can be provided, you know, hot tea, you know, a muffin or what have you, but it's not a sleeping environment. So those are the two. They're somewhat nuanced, and again, it's probably a lot more detail than we'd go into in this meeting, but there are limitations in respect to what EMCR, Emergency Management and Climate Readiness, will fund versus BC Housing. You know, one will fund a sleeping facility, one will solely fund something just to get out of the cold and maintain. And again, what I was trying to get at is that if we're looking at this, you know, starting tomorrow, hit the ground running, the likelihood of getting something in place that's truly meaningful, I wouldn't want to be shoehorned to one or the other. The goal is to provide an opportunity for people to escape an environment that provides immediate risk to their life and health, and whether that provides a sleeping mat or a place where they can get out of the cold. I think the likelihood of any kind of success, if we can have both options open, is much better under this condensed time frame than solely siloing into one. That's my comment.
Thank you, Chief. And you know, I'm not one of the movers or crafters of the motion, but in my mind, I think that is a very prudent approach, and seemingly this motion may well give the staff the latitude to further investigate that warming center concept in the interest of time in particular.
Sorry, Councillor O'Toole, I will interject for a moment. Do staff consider the motion on the floor broad enough to include a warming center? It makes reference to an extreme cold weather shelter at the begin, in the first sentence of the motion. Yeah. Mr. Edwards?
Yes, I believe we can interpret it in that way. The second part of the motion with the funding consideration, including the EMCR funding, essentially limits us to that style of, if we were to be pursuing that funding, they would not be funding an overnight sleeping shelter. So I think it's sufficient as is.
Thank you for the clarification. Councillor O'Toole, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'll yield.
Thank you. Further discussion from first-time speakers? I do have a couple of questions. I'm supportive of this motion, but I'd like to turn back to the Chief for a moment. Could you please remind us, because I know Council has been informed in the past, of approximately how many emergency calls our Sydney Fire and Rescue Department will do this year?
Well, last year we did 1,576, and when I was in the alarm room today, I believe we were just over 1,450, 55, somewhere in that neighborhood as of this evening.
Thank you. So I just want to reinforce a comment made, and this is not a reason not to move forward on the resolution from staff. But both our Chief Administrative Officer, Mr. Edwards, and our Fire Chief Mickelson have pointed out the capacity. And Chief Mickelson indicated that the province requires that every municipality have an emergency, I'm sorry, I'm forgetting the exact, an emergency coordinator. And Chief Mickelson is the emergency coordinator for town of Sydney. He's the only emergency coordinator that we have. And the Chief indicated that other larger municipalities could have as many as 2 or 3 emergency coordinators. Chief Mickelson is responsible for our Fire and Rescue Department attending to 1,576 calls last year, and likely that same amount or more this year. So diverting resource from one thing has an impact on another. It's not that this is not a priority, but there are limitations. As I indicated, I'm supportive of this, but I just want the public to be mindful or understanding of when we use the term capacity, that there are limitations. The second is a question through to staff, and we've heard this from speakers, Council members have considered this themselves at previous meetings, but I just like to question it directly. And that is, we know that if there was an earthquake, if there was a tsunami, that regulations change in terms of emergency management. And by council resolution or by emergency coordinator actions, for example, the Mary Winspear Center could be stood up as a reception center. And that could happen very, very quickly. And people have drawn parallels to, because homelessness is an emergency and extreme weather is an emergency, why can't we do the same thing? And so Mr. Edwards, when he was making some of his opening remarks, highlighted some of the things that have to occur in terms of the facility being safety, there being safety considerations and so on. But one of the things I'd like to turn to staff is with regards to, with the nature of an emergency weather response shelter being an emergency and the need for regulations. So when we went through this process last time, we were required by regulation. This is not Sydney's choice. This is by provincial statute regulation. We had to amend our official community plan. We had to amend our zoning bylaw, and we had to have a public hearing to do that. Is the nature of a homeless shelter as an emergency a grounds for waiving or altering regulations? In the same way we might be able to do in the event of an earthquake or other extreme catastrophe?
No. This doesn't have the same effect as the type of emergency that you have described. And so while we have identified a number of facilities that could be reception centers in the event of a large-scale natural disaster, those facilities do not lend themselves to be a extreme cold weather shelter. And there could be for a variety of reasons. One of the primary reasons too is that some of the facilities that might become a reception center during a large-scale disaster, a natural disaster event, you can imagine if we're talking about an earthquake or a massive wildfire that's turned into an urban interface fire or something of that nature, pretty much all programming, all other life things as we know it come to a grinding halt, and the bulk and the majority of the community is now focused on responding to this event. And it's not the same in a extreme cold weather event. And so when we have reached out to some of the facilities that we know might be a reception center in a natural disaster event, you're essentially asking them to shut down their programming on a moment's notice for perhaps multiple times a year. And that's not really operationally feasible for some of these facilities and some of the services that they provide. And so hence why the Mary Winspear perhaps or others may not actually be as applicable for this type of an event. The event that occurred in the 1950s, I wasn't around for that. But it did sound like a wonderful opportunity for the community to show its warmth and generosity. And I don't know what was happening in Sanchez Hall at that time, but my sense is that it was available and the community was ready and willing to step up. If we found ourselves in a similar situation today and the opportunity presented itself to open doors in that same way, we might be able to do that. But what we're trying to do here is something that's quite a bit different.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards, for that clarification on regulations. I'll turn to any other first-time speakers. If not, are there any second-time speakers? I see Councillor O'Keefe is a second-time speaker. Councillor Duck is a second-time speaker.
Sure. So I just want to go back to the comments or questions from colleagues about extreme cold weather shelter versus warming shelter. And my understanding, and just maybe through you, Mayor, to staff, just to clarify, is that my understanding with the warming center, which would be funded by the emergency management. We could do that overnight, but we aren't able to provide sleeping materials like mats and things, and meals. It sounds like BC Housing has a more sort of robust program that allows for mats and meals and that sort of thing. But under the emergency program, we're kind of limited to we can give them overnight shelter, but it can't provide sleeping materials, is just clarifying that point.
Through the mayor to Councillor O'Keefe, that is correct. I believe it is a bit nuanced. For example, what the City of Victoria is trialing, and what they kind of took the idea from City of Kelowna, is they're now going to trial using buses. So the idea is that they'll provide buses in predetermined locations. Obviously, they'll be warm buses where people can get out of the cold, be provided a hot coffee, muffin, some nutrition. There'll be some monitors on the bus. That is, in fact, meeting the objective of getting people out of, an environment that poses an immediate life and safety risk to them. Now, is it a bit nuanced in respect to what BC Housing, what EMCR permits? If someone nods off on a bus or in a warming center for 3 or 4 hours, I don't think anyone's really going to be too, concerned, or as long as they're monitoring and supervision is in place to ensure their health and safety. I don't think anyone's going to get too concerned about that. But nevertheless, when we apply for funding, we have to stay within those strict guidelines if we intend to apply and be successful to recoup funds. That's pretty clear cut.
Yeah, okay, thanks for that. Yeah, so, and I guess my thought when we were talking about crafting this is whether it's a warming center or a shelter under BC Housing, whatever it takes to get these folks out of the cold. I'm very appreciative to the amount of work staff has done. This started last year, and the amount of time. And I guess what I'm hoping is that we learned a lot of lessons along the way, a lot of time spent figuring out what the different programs and parameters are. And I point to that, when we have our heat events, we kind of, a temperature on the other end of the spectrum, it doesn't cover overnight, but in terms of going through the process to notify people, similar in that way. And I guess, it's 10 to 12 times maybe a year, so I'm hoping that we can pull that off for folks. That's all, thanks.
Thank you. Before going to Councillor Duck for a second time, if I could go to Councillor Novick for a first time, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I have, all this discussion has raised a point that I think I would like to hear clarification on. We've talked quite a bit about Ministry of Emergency Management Climate Readiness, how they would compensate us for an emergency warming center. We've also talked about BC Housing in terms of an emergency weather shelter. What I'm not sure of is if we should look at an option that is exclusively town funded, and we don't go after compensation by either EWCR or ERCCR, whatever it is, and BC Housing. Does that change what we can look for or what we can call into play for an emergency warming either shelter or center?
Chief Nicholson, please.
Through the mayor to Councillor Novak, that's an excellent question. I'm just trying to think. I'm not aware of any strictly municipally funded centers, whether it's warming shelter or housing, that are not done without some degree of partnership with either BC Housing or an NGO. There may be, but I'm not aware. If we decided to completely go it alone, I wouldn't see any issue other than obviously a considerable financial considerations to include, and then we would have to obviously comply with all the regulatory requirements, train staff, minimum staff, and a number of other things that would be in place for whether it's a BC shelter or an extreme weather warming center. We'd have to just comply with those. So I wouldn't see it's impossible, but I'm not aware. I can't think any off the top of my head that aren't done in conjunction with one of the provincial entities that provide offsetting funding.
Thank you. I guess my concern, my thoughts, or my point is, does it give us a bit of a broader playing field? In other words, would there be more options available to us if we weren't concerned about getting reimbursement from emergency management or BC Housing?
I don't believe so. Our largest challenge is going to be finding securing a service provider to actually provide the service. Whether it's whether it's a warming center or an overnight shelter or a warming center, that's going to be our biggest challenge. And then trying to find a suitable facility that service provider deems appropriate and is safe to work in. Both of those can likely be incorporated into a BC Housing and or EMCR environment. With sufficient time and work, we can work to make that happen. So I don't see a lot of advantage to the town, or doesn't leave a bunch more options open by going it alone.
Mr. Edwards, please. Just a moment. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to add just an additional point that it may or may not be relevant, but I want to be really clear that currently we do not have any staff that would be able to staff or to provide the staffing requirements for a facility like this. So it is really critically important that we either find an organization that would be willing to have volunteers that have the appropriate training and background to run a facility, or that organization, like Beacon Community Services, already have trained staff to be able to run this service. So we certainly don't have time to try to recruit and find those staff for this winter, if that were to be council's direction.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. Councillor Novak, you had the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Duck, please, for a second time.
Thank you, Mayor. The Mayor, yourself and staff have spoken about those greater emergency catastrophes, be it a tsunami or earthquake or wild urban fire. And we take the opportunity to prepare for those. And hopefully they only happen in less than 1 or 2 generations. We're talking about another local emergency that happens every year. This happens every year, that we have people that are in trouble. And we have the opportunity to prepare for that occasion. We have the opportunity to mitigate the problems that may arise, such as rezoning, and we can do that now and have a facility delegated, nominated, or arranged so that when we have those 8 to 10 days a year of extreme cold, where we need to look for housing for people from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., that we can do this. And I think it's important to recognize that's an emergency to those people. It's life and death to those people. And I think it's important that we take the opportunity to make sure we put everything we can do in place to make that happen. Thank you.
Any further speakers? Seeing no further speakers, I'll look to call a question. Those in favor? That carries unanimous. Thank you. And thank you for those showing your compassion and attending this evening. We appreciate it. We'll pause for just a moment for those who don't wish to stay for all the other items on the agenda.
Mayor, may I suggest a point of order that we take a break at the same time?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
They thought you were leaving, so they're all following you. You got a bit of Moses complex. Target the waters. Only in the Hecate Strait.
Okay, thank you. We'll look to reconvene now at 7:35. And the next item on our agenda, going back to, is bylaws under 5A. We have bylaw number 2299, amendment number 1 to our council procedure bylaw, to amend the council and committee of the whole summer meeting schedule and other housekeeping items. We have discussed this at previous meetings. We've also directed that notice be posted and advertised, which has been done and come back to us. We gave readings at our previous meeting. We have a recommendation.
May
Councillor Duck?
I move the bylaw be adopted.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Councillor Garnett, please.
I won't reiterate all the points I've made in the past as to why I'm disagreeing with this, but just to state that we thought it was important enough to bring into play in the 2018 to 2022 term, and I think the reasons for why we brought it in are still valid today, so I won't support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Councillor Garnett is opposed. The motion carries. We're turning to item 6A, which is Development Variance Permit Application Number DV 100379 at 9824 5th Street to allow for new commercial signage on an existing freestanding sign. We have discussed this at previous meetings, and notice has been sent to neighboring properties. We have one written submission on tonight's agenda, and we have a recommendation. Councillor Duck?
And I so move that the development variance application be approved.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, those in favor? That carries unanimous. Thank you. Under item 6B, we have Development Variance Permit Application Number DV 100380 at 9522 Lochside Drive to allow for a longer duration of temporary signage and the placement of a freestanding sign with a larger display area. Again, we've discussed this at previous meetings. We've had notices sent to neighboring properties. We've had no written submissions received to date, and we have a recommendation. Councillor Duck, please.
Mayor, just a correction, there was one letter, late letter.
Oh, my apologies. We did have the letter under 6B, and we did have the individual speak during public participation this evening. My apologies. Thank you.
And I'm prepared to make the motion.
Please.
That the development variance application be approved.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Any discussion? Councillor Gannett, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm through to staff. I was wondering if you might want to respond to some of the comments that were made in public participation, because I think some of them, and in the letter, may not have been 100% accurate as far as what's being requested in variances.
I might turn to Ms. Verhagen. Good evening.
Sure, thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor Garnett. I'm just pulling up the staff report that went to Committee of the Whole on October 20th for those details. There were several variances requested there. One of the variance requests was to allow a temporary sign to remain in place longer than the maximum 6 months permitted by the sign bylaw. There was also a variance to allow uplighting on a sign, like lighting that is cast up towards the sign, as opposed to lighting that is cast down towards the sign. There was also a variance request to increase the maximum display area of each face of a freestanding sign from the maximum of 9.3 meters to 12.42 meters. And also a variance request to have the freestanding sign, just to legalize it, as it was been there for a long time and they wanted to replace it with a new one that was larger. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Garnett.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just felt like some of the comments in the letter were not 100% accurate in the sense that we as a council, I think, did move that the downcast lighting could be permitted, not that there be no lighting. We were just saying that the upcasting would not be allowed, and I do believe they were allowed more than one sign on the property. I think staff had reported to us, and the temporary sign with the extended period of time, yeah, I think Councillor O'Keefe made a motion just to within 6 months of occupancy or something to those effects. So just for clarification for the letter writer and I think it was the same individual that spoke, just that, just to make sure that there's an understanding there. I will support the motion, obviously, but I just want to say that I do still wish this temporary sign was a little further west. I still think it's just provides more busyness for that intersection and takes people's eyes off the street. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gannett. Councillor Duncan, please.
Thank you. I think we should also clarify that at the time when the proposal came forward, the developer's representative did say that once they saw the staff's rationale that this was within an environmentally sensitive area where they would not approve the upcast lighting because of the effect on wildlife, they did withdraw that request for the upcast lighting. So that was not a discussion for the variance at the time.
Thank you. Councillor O'Keefe?
Thanks. I'm in support of the motion, but yeah, I think it's worthwhile pointing out that we're not throwing the sign bylaw out completely. It's a variance for a short period of time. There's some things in here in terms of we're approving more signs. That's not the case. There's some minor variances. The other thing, I guess, for me, for this letter, I didn't see, although they were opposed to, we're not going to completely 100% with the sign bylaw. There was no instances of how this was impacting people's lives or health and safety. I didn't see too much of that, so I'm in favor of seeing this go ahead.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call a question. Those in favor? That carries unanimous. Thank you. And last under this section is 6C, Development Variance Permit Application Number DV 100381 at 2344 Malaview Avenue to reduce the minimum rear yard setback to legalize the siting of an existing building to convert from an accessory building to a dwelling unit. Again, we've discussed at previous meetings. Notice has gone to neighboring properties. We've had no written submissions, and we have a recommendation. Councillor Duck, please.
And I so move the recommendation that the development variance application be approved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? That carries unanimous. Thank you. Our next item, we have no adoption of minutes. Even though we had a meeting last week, there was only one day to prepare those, given our cycle to meetings, and so they'll come forward at a future meeting. I'm next turning to rise and report from in-camera minutes. This is for information only, and it's with regards to the 2026 citizen appointments on committees, commissions, and boards. And we have the following to rise and report on. And that is for our Advisory Planning Commission, which can have up to 9 members. We have 3 members whose current appointment continues to December 2026. They are Robert Dawson, Dennis Carlson, and David Ryder. We did have applicants for the open positions. However, Council has requested that we have go out again, which we have done for additional applications to consider and fill all positions on that commission. The Sanders Peninsula Accessibility Advisory Committee has 2 Sydney citizen members whose appointments continue until December 2026. They are Lee York and Carly Love. Council has considered applications, but the process is for those applications to go through to the Accessibility Advisory Committee itself, so we'll be reporting back on that. We did advertise for 3 members to our Board of Variance. No applications were received, and so we won't be advertising again at this time. Membership to the board would be advertised if we were to receive an application in the future, and that happens at very long intervals. For the Peninsula Recreation Commission, Karen Frost will continue to serve. Her appointment continues until December 2026. And under the Sandwich Peninsula Water and the Sandwich Peninsula Wastewater Commissions, Eric Diller has received a 1-year appointment from Council that will end in December 2026. For the Victoria Airport Authority Board of Directors, we have 2 appointees from Sydney, Sammy Turkey and Kelly Bull-Tomer. Both of their appointments continue. The first, Kelly Bull-Tomer's till 2026, end of 2026, and Sammy Turkey's to the end of 2028. So no appointments to announce there. The Victoria Airport Authority Noise Management Committee. We have 2 appointments, and they are Robert Taggart and Robert Swain are both being appointed to end, a 1-year appointment to end in December 2026. I want to thank all the applicants for their interest and in these citizen appointments, and thank the continuing members and thank the new members with their new appointments for this year. With that, I'll turn to the next item, which is the Mayor's Report. And unusually, I have 5 items under Mayor's Report tonight, but 2 of them are annual things that we are required to do. The first, under 10A, is the 2026 Council Liaison Appointments. Each year, I tend to read the appointments to all 31 commissions, committees, and boards. I won't do that this year because there are no changes to any of the appointments. But I do want to take a moment to acknowledge all members of Council in their commitment to not only the work that we do at our Council and committee meetings, Committee of the Whole meetings that we typically have 4 times a month, but there are approximately 30 other bodies, external bodies here, whether it's the CREST Emergency Management System, whether it's the Mary Winspear Center, and I could go on about 30 times. These are important liaison or appointments to external bodies, and thank Council for their interest in serving on those and reporting back out to Council and our community. The next item under 10B is, I do require a motion that the appointments be approved.
So moved.
Moved by Councillors Duck and Novick. Any discussion? Seeing none, those in favor? That carries, thank you. The next is a requirement as well for this 2026 schedule of acting mayors. I won't read it out, it doesn't change from last year. But again, thank each of 6 members of council for taking 2 months each of during the year each to be the acting mayor in the event that I'm not available, or for duties such as chairing committee of the whole meetings. And I would look for a motion to approve that schedule, please.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none. Are those in favor? Thank you. None opposed. That carries. The third is the CRD board highlights from the November 12th CRD board meeting. The second item on the highlights is the Capital Regional District approved the 2026 provisional financial plan, a process that I think certainly colleagues and council are familiar with, that each year CRD does do its provisional approval of financial plan in October. We do community engagement. There can be outreach to councils as well, and then the board considers final approval by the end of March. That's a provincial requirement. One of the things I wanted to highlight for Sydney residents this year is Sydney participates in many CRD regional and sub-regional services, and the net increase of all of the regional services for residents will be a 4.39% increase this year, or next year over this year, and that is about $18 per year for the average single-family dwelling. The Peninsula Water and Sewer Service. There is a the Peninsula Wastewater Requisition. We have a separate sub-regional service under the CRD for Sydney, North Saanich, and Central Saanich, and the increase on that Peninsula Wastewater Requisition will be 5.97% this year. I'll leave my remarks there with regards to the CRD board highlights and turn if there are any questions or comments from members of council. Councillor Gurnett, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the highlights. I was looking at the provisional financial plan and sort of thinking back and the trajectory that the increases take every year, and I was just kind of thinking aloud at home and thinking, based on what I've seen in the past, and considering we have a population in the 13 municipalities and the 3 electoral areas of 450 to 500,000 people estimated, that we could be closing in on $1 billion as a provisional budget next year in the financial plan. And I wonder, with a B, billion, and so that number is massive to me. Like in terms of what's going on in the world, it probably isn't, but from my perspective, it's large. So I'm wondering how this, as we move forward, are there ways that the CRD, when they're going through their budget, and I'm sure they do try and find as many efficiencies as possible. It just is a trend that I worry about, because the taxpayers it's a finite resource, and I'm just afraid that we're gonna, with everything in all the different areas we have to charge people, it's just gonna become too much eventually, and do we have to make some difficult choices at some point?
Thank you for the excellent question. CRD board members have been asked the question, and it's a good one. The reality is that the regional services that the CRD provides include things like wastewater, include water, include solid waste, the Heartland landfill, and other essential services throughout the region. And the cost of the infrastructure for those services continues to rise. And just as we've heard from developers about, cost inflation, for developments, there's cost inflation for infrastructure as well. So the CRD board is mindful, and at our annual board strategic priorities check-in in May of this year, the board for the first time has given direction to staff that we will, apart from reviewing the budgets that we do quite rigorously each year, we will be taking 1 or 2 of the larger services each year and doing a full review of that service to see if there are areas where the service mandate should change, or there are opportunities to lower the cost of those services. So again, thank you for the question. The original budget that staff were working with was approximately 4% higher than where this provisional budget landed. Forgive me for not knowing the exact percent. Just reading tonight's reports, you have a whole bunch of figures in your head, but the CRD budget increase is approximately 4.5% over last year, and that's for the 16 jurisdictions. I indicated the increase for Sydney residents will be approximately 4.4%. So, any further questions or comments? Thank you for that. I'll turn to the last two items. And the first is with regards to the Victoria Transit Commission and a change in potential change in bus service. The Victoria Regional Transit Commission, also known as the VRTC, is appointed by the province to serve each 4-year local government term. It includes 8 elected representatives, which this term includes Central Saanich Mayor Ryan Windsor, who represents the 3 Saanich Peninsula municipalities. Mayor Windsor is also serving as the Commission Chair. And the Commission is responsible for matters that include determining route configurations and transit service levels, setting fares, as well as reviewing and approving the annual operating and capital budgets. At the VRTC meeting on November 18th, they meet 4 times a year, the Commission passed a motion for a proposed plan that would improve transit connections between Victoria and Victoria International Airport and Schwartz Bay Ferry Terminal. And so they directed for that to proceed to public engagement. Unfortunately, this plan would not be funded through service expansion, but rather it would come at the direct expense of service to and from the Sydney community, whose residents and workers would face longer trips and fewer direct routes. I attended the November 18th meeting to learn that engagement will include an online survey and supporting open house events on the Saanich Peninsula. BC Transit will also engage various stakeholders, including Sydney Council, at a council meeting in the new year. They will also engage other stakeholders, including the Saanich Peninsula Chamber of Commerce and the Sydney BIA. I plan to be actively engaged during the consultation period and strongly encourage Sydney residents and workers to share their perspectives. I have met with our staff, and we will provide additional communication on these engagement opportunities when the details on the consultation period become available. I'm deeply concerned with transit service reductions for our residents, the proposed service reductions for our residents and workers. Improved airport connectivity is an important goal, but it should only be pursued as part of an overall increase in service, not by reducing service to local riders. Council has received presentations from BC Transit on the Peninsula Rapid Bus Initiative, and Council this past April approved an MOU with BC Transit on a process to establish a new transit hub in Sydney near the Mary Winspear Centre. Reducing service to Sydney as currently proposed would be a step backward, undermining years of community advocacy for better transit. BC Transit will incorporate engagement feedback on this proposed plan into the 2026-2027 annual service plan for the VRTC to consider their approval at their meeting in March of next year. Beginning with this report to Council this evening, I'll be advocating that the proposed plan not be approved and that direct service to the airport be considered further at the time the Peninsula Rapid Bus service is being established. There is more information available, including staff reports and details of the route changes on the VRTC website, but as I've indicated in my remarks this evening, Council will be receiving a presentation and have an open dialogue with BC Transit early in the new year, and the other communications, other engagement that I've discussed this evening. So I will open it up to questions or any comments. Councillor Duncan, please.
Yeah, thank you. A couple of weeks ago, we received a letter, and just in our, correspondence for information, where somebody had a comment on the 72 bus service already about how it goes past the high school, the middle school, and 3 buses can go by full. And I can attest, my child is also in the middle school, and I would say probably 3 days a week, it takes 3 buses before he can get on it. So this is like a constant problem that we obviously do not serve the children in our community well at all. And he actually once came home with a bloody lip because there were so many kids on the bus that a high school student trying to get off, shoved them into a door. Like it's something that needs to be fixed, and the idea of limiting the 72 bus even further by cramming even more people on it and making that ride longer is a strange decision. And I'm wondering if there's anybody who actually goes to these meetings who ever actually rides the buses. I know our representative who is there has 2 Teslas, so I'm thinking not. It just makes me wonder how these decisions are getting made, or if they, do they have somebody from transit or from this commission actually ever ride these routes and make an observation of what's going on?
No, thank you. I'll take a question out of that, and that is, when I attended the meeting, I was allowed, I registered for the meeting and was allowed to ask questions at that meeting. I'll look to register as a delegation and speak at the next meeting. But one of the questions I asked was, this is referred to as a short-term objective, and why is that? And so this has actually been in process since 2023 through the commission, trying to find a solution to direct service between downtown Victoria and the Victoria Airport and the Schwartz Bay Terminal. And that is very understandable. That's supportable. And a year ago, at the commission meeting in November of 2025, there were various options provided to the commission that were new additional service. And what came out at this meeting through questions from commissioners was that the Transit Commission, BC Transit, feels at this time that it is unlikely to get support from the province, which partially funds new service and new transit service, that they were unlikely to get that, or the timing of that would be at least 2 to 3 years away. And so this was presented as an option for the commission to consider, because it could be implemented as early as September of next year. And so the commission chose to go the route of engagement because of that priority that they had set to try to establish, as I say, that direct service. There was some comment being mindful of the impacts to Sydney, but they did proceed through this engagement to this engagement phase.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So for
Back to you.
members of the community that will probably, like that former letter writer, want to have their input on that. Hopefully, if there are any who are hearing this, they will hear that what we really want is for the province to actually prioritize funding our system so that we can make these changes, and that we need to really make it clear that our system is used to the extent that we actually do need that funding. So, thank you.
No, thank you. Councillor Duck, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to echo my colleagues' comments on the use of the 72, especially when they're considering putting more luggage space and storage space on there. That just further restricts the number that can ride on it. I'm curious, and we'll look forward to their presentation to us, but why they didn't consider something like the 71, which already goes through West Sydney. As a frequent bus traveler myself, I could see there's some other opportunities that maybe I look forward to hearing more about. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Keefe.
Thank you, and thank you for advocating on this on behalf of the community. If individuals themselves would like to attend the next meeting to present their views, where would they find out about the process for that?
So there's as I tried to indicate in this brief report, there is a multi-prong engagement process, which will include a survey, which will include open houses. BC Transit will be communicating that heavily on the peninsula. And as I've indicated in discussions with staff, we'll be trying to amplify that so our residents and workers and businesses are aware of it. We will go through the process of publicizing our agendas when BC Transit is coming forward to present to us.
Yes, and I did hoist that in. I guess what I was speaking more to is, so for example, the meeting that you attended to speak for the Transit Commission, can ordinary residents also attend that if they so choose when this next comes up on their agenda?
On the homepage of the VRTC are the links to register to
Okay.
attend and speak at the meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for those comments and questions. I'll turn to the last item from my mayor's report, and that is regards to tennis and pickleball at Iroquois Park. A local pickleball player who is not a member of a pickleball association requested a meeting with me in early November. And during that meeting, he presented me with a proposal to have additional pickleball capacity at Iroquois Park on the existing courts and asked what the approach with the town should be. We confirmed that currently the West Tennis Court in Iroquois Park has lines for one pickleball court, and the multi-sport court near the food bank also has lines for one pickleball court. I indicated that before coming to council, it would be helpful if he had a discussion with a local pickleball association, there are two, and the local tennis association. I indicated council had received proposals in the past and tennis players had raised concerns, and that if council were to consider another proposal, council would want to know if there was alignment between the pickleball and tennis representatives. I said I would be happy to meet with representatives of pickleball and tennis together regarding what a process with staff and council could look like. While the meeting was being arranged with the two, that is the president of the tennis association and this individual local pickleball player, we received a letter under correspondence from the president of the Peninsula Tennis Association just as the meeting was being confirmed, and the letter expressed concern over a particular pickleball configuration. I indicated last week when that letter was on the agenda that because that meeting has been arranged, that I would withdraw that letter and report out this evening. And so I met with Dave Scott, president of the Peninsula Tennis Association and the local pickleball player. Dave Scott informed me that both he and the president of the Peninsula Community Pickleball Club, known as PCPC, were working together in a process with Central Signage on changing one of the 3 tennis courts in Centennial Park to pickleball only. The president of the PCPC was not available last week, but the tennis president indicated he would have a discussion with that person on whether there was mutual interest in making a similar proposal to Sydney Council. I expect to hear whether they will come to council or not. I've given no indication of what myself or all of council would or would not support. We will wait to see if a proposal comes forward and what that is. So again, that's for information at this point, and we'll wait to see if those associations come forward with a joint proposal. They are still in progress with Central Signage on that proposal. That concludes my mayor's report this evening. Thank you for listening. And I'm next going to turn to staff reports. And under 13A, we have Development Cost Charge Bylaw, Engagement and Next Steps. And I'll turn to our Director of Finance, Mr. Hissick, for an introduction, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So as we recall, draft DCCs were introduced to council in the summer, and we then undertook the mandatory engagement, and we are now reporting back on the results. The bottom line is that based on that engagement, we're proposing to lower the initial DCC rates. And this was accomplished by removing certain larger projects from the initial DCC program. With several significant projects removed from our DCC list, the proposed rates decreased by 35 to 40% for the various land uses. And if you'll indulge me, I'd like to quickly show a couple of slides showing where we stand regionally with the new proposed rates.
Please. Councillor Novak, could you maybe just turn that screen a touch? Thank you. Wonderful.
Okay, so this is the low-density residential showing that as proposed in the summer, our rates would have been fairly high regionally, whereas now with the proposed amendments, we are near the bottom of the regional scale. It's a similar
Hissick,
story.
I'm squinting just a bit.
I'm sorry. Yeah, there's something happening with the visual representation. It's not how the slides normally show up, but essentially the blue are other municipalities in the region. The yellow line near the top was the original Sydney proposed DCC rates back in July 2025. And the green line, third from the bottom, is the current rates being proposed. So apologies for the noise on the screen. That's not how it shows up in the slides normally. I'm not sure what's happening there.
And that's for medium density residential. Thank you for that. I'll turn to Councillor Gurnett.
Yeah, sorry, Mayor. If it's possible, staff, can you go back to the low density just now that we have context? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Edwards. In fact, the orange is original rates and green is the newly proposed rates. And at this point, this includes all of our DCCs as well as the regional DCCs that are collected by these various jurisdictions. And it does not include the ACCs, which are still a very nominal amount. So moving on to high density residential, as originally proposed, it would have put us at the top of the list, but now we're a second from bottom. And finally, concluding with the commercial rates per meter squared. And I can certainly circulate these to council members after the meeting so that you can see the numbers in closer detail. But the bottom line is we heard some of the feedback and we reacted accordingly. And now I'll stop sharing and I'll carry on with my introduction.
Thank you for those slides.
So the opening rates were trimmed in order to reduce potential impacts on near-term project viability. As outlined in the report, in addition to several policy considerations that are discussed, council is being requested to approve the removal of the projects identified in the report, which resulted in the reduction of rates from what you saw before to what we just covered now. Once we're done with the project list, a DCC bylaw would be introduced, and ideally that could be brought forward as early as the December 15th meeting. After 3 readings of that bylaw, it is then forwarded to the Inspector of Municipalities for approval, which could take up to 3 months given the time of year that we find ourselves in. It is then brought back for adoption at this council table. So while this report focuses primarily on DCCs, there will be a separate ACC bylaw brought forward for consideration at a later time. ACCs remain as outlined in the summer with no changes, with the rates remaining minimal. That bylaw does not require ministry review and approval. Finally, a DCC waiver and reduction bylaw will also be brought forward near the time of adoption of the DCC bylaw, and implementation guides will be developed prior to adoption of the DCC bylaw. That is my brief introduction. We're pleased to address any questions that might remain.
Thank you, Mr. Hiscock. I'll turn to colleagues. Councillor Gurnett to start. Councillor Duncan. Councillor Novick.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, staff, for your work on this. It's very detailed. And also like to thank people who in the development community who have provided input and through letter or through responses through the process. My first question is, looking at the staff report as well as the urban systems, it mentions that there was an engagement information session on September 4th, and in the urban systems they mentioned there were 5 people attending. Was there any consideration given to holding another one, given there was probably hope that more people would have attended?
UDI does represent a large portion of the development community in the region, and they attended and they remained engaged in the process throughout, so we thought that would be sufficient. And certainly they've remained engaged over the last 3 months, provided a lot of feedback, which has been addressed by staff in urban systems, and they continue to provide input to this evening.
Thank you. clearly, development cost charges, or DCCs, as referred to, has been quite a topical conversation at both the federal and provincial level of government. Given the kind of context that's been provided in conversations around municipalities and fees, and how the senior levels of government want to see them lowered or to help their plans for affordability and housing construction, are we feeling good about what we've presented here in our draft bylaw in terms of when it would head to the inspector of municipalities and how they might receive it, given that context?
Mr. Edwards.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. In response to Councillor Garnett's question, having previously been the inspector, the deputy inspector of municipalities who approved all DCC bylaws in the province, I have a high degree of confidence that there won't be any great concerns. I imagine the inspector will be pleased to see that consideration was given to responding to the concerns raised by UDI and developers, and that a rather significant reduction has resulted from that consideration. And I know with certainty, because I am in fairly frequent contact with the inspector, that there is still a very strong policy position at the province that new development needs to pay for development, and those principles remain intact, and they are trying to have constructive conversations with their federal counterparts for the new funding programs that the federal government is rolling out, and trying to gain a better understanding of what the federal government is driving at with the new funding programs. And so I have asked for clarity on that hasn't been provided at this point, but I feel very confident that what's being proposed today will satisfy the inspector's approval process.
Thank you. If I may, in the staff report, you're recommending number 3, reduce the number of projects. Is there a possibility to, as well, use number 2 that you referenced here as a phased-in municipal assist factor, or would that prove to be kind of counterproductive on what we're trying to accomplish?
I think it is always an option of council to do that, and so it's council's prerogative to pull on any one of those 3 levers. We believe that the reduction that has been achieved through the reducing number of projects is more than adequate, and but it is council's prerogative to, if they chose to do a phased-in approach, to consider that. I would not recommend that. I don't think it's a necessary lever to pull at this time. I think that what's being proposed is reasonable, and but that is always an option.
One last question, if I may, Mayor. Thank you. Looking on page 6, and it referring to the exemption threshold above $50,000 of building permit value, and staff is recommending that we maintain the threshold to be consistent. And I was thinking about this today, and thinking that in terms of basement suites, to be able to construct a basement suite, and this is a type of housing we want to see in our community, because it provides much needed housing, and usually at a cost that people typically can afford. So I'm wondering if the 50,000 is too low, because I could see a really big basement suite development in a pre-existing home costing closer to $100,000. So I wouldn't want to try or more, but I mean, I wouldn't want to add any prohibitive costs on just like a regular homeowner who's trying to provide an extra source of income for a mortgage or to help provide housing in the community. So I'd like to hear staff's comment if they think 100,000, going up to 100,000 might be a reasonable thing to adjust to.
Ms. Verhagen, please.
Sure, just to speak to that, the background information from Urban Systems attached to the staff report from Mr. Hsick gives the definitions for low-density residential, medium-density, and high-density. So if somebody had a single-family dwelling and they applied for a building permit to legalize a suite that was there, which is a situation we have a lot, or to add a secondary suite, there wouldn't be a DCC charge for that. that wouldn't be paying DCCs. So perhaps Mr. Edwards or Mr. Hissick could speak to the $50,000 exemption, but I just wanted to clarify that that type of improvement to a house, adding a suite, would not require a payment of DCCs.
So the 50,000 is just for alterations or
Yeah.
renovations that aren't pursuant to that? Okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarity. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Duncan, please.
Yeah, thank you. I liked that graph and the context that was given to us. Does anybody on staff know when Langford implemented those DCCs?
That was 2022.
Okay, thank you. I was hoping it was earlier, because then it would show that they'd had very high DCCs and were still the most desirable place to build, but thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Novick, please.
If I may, Mayor,
Yes, certainly.
Langford has had DCCs in place prior to that, so this is just the most recent update.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to staff for this report. It's quite obvious a lot of work has gone into this, and I know it's a contentious issue. I guess my concern is that we seem to have competing interests here. On the one hand, the government wants us to increase our housing density, to encourage construction, encourage development, and at the same time, because we haven't updated our DCC bylaw since 1998, we find ourselves confronted with this problem where we now have to implement something that is going to do the opposite of what we want, and that is discourage construction, because it adds quite a bit to the costs. I just want to build on something that my colleague has talked about earlier, and that is the question of a phased-in approach. Because our previous DCCs were so low in comparison, they were in the hundreds, and now we're looking at thousands, which is a tenfold order of magnitude greater. It's quite a significant barrier, I believe, to construction in a market where it's very difficult to sell product these days. There's townhouses going unsold, there's condominiums going unsold, and the last thing we want is to convince developers that, well, maybe they should delay the project another 6 months or another year. The thought of having to do this, all right, it's something we must do, but it seems to me that a phasing in of this over a period of 3 or even 5 years would make the pill a little less bitter to swallow for the developers. I mean, the developers recognize that DCCs are here to stay and they are going to go up over time, but because we haven't raised them in so long, I'm just wondering why we haven't looked at a phased approach. What's the downside to a phased approach, other than the fact that we might not get as much revenue in the first couple of years as we anticipated, but it certainly would be less of a barrier to development.
Can I turn that question to staff? Mr.
Thank you.
Edwards?
Thank you, Mayor. In response to Councillor Novick's questions, you answered the primary element there, which is lost revenue. And so because the town has not updated the DCCs for 27 years, the town has effectively missed the opportunity to recover millions of dollars that would have gone into reserve funds to support capital infrastructure that has otherwise been fully supported by the current tax base. And so the idea with the DCCs is to enable new development, new homes, to cover the added cost of that infrastructure to service those new homes, and not to place that burden on the existing tax base. And so by further reducing the DCC than what is current, so the July rates were actually still within the range that is seen within the region. And the rates that are before council today are dramatically lower, putting the town near the bottom of the DCC rates for the region. And further reduction of those rates will put the town at the very bottom of the region where we were before. And so we're further reducing the revenue generating opportunities to offset the costs of our existing tax base. And so I understand the affordability conundrum that's presented of applying DCCs can have a deterrent effect on development, and that cost is essentially passed on to those new homeowners or those new renters. But without that cost, you're placing the full burden of the infrastructure that we might be needing in the future on the existing tax base. And I'm strongly of the mind that those costs should be borne by that new development, not the existing tax base.
And Mr. Hisik, please.
Just to add to that, the reason we chose the third lever as opposed to the second is because it has implications for the town as well. So by removing some of those larger projects, it reduced our annual commitment to fund our portion of all these projects from 1.4 million to under $1 million, and that matters. I mean, I had some concerns about funding 1.4 million of our share as part of the program. So I would hate to see both of those in effect. We chose the lever that gave the end result that the development community was looking for, while also providing a benefit to the town.
Thank you, Mr. Hisik. Councillor, you had the floor.
Thank you. I appreciate the response, but it doesn't really address my question, and that is, right now, the DCCs that are in effect right now, we're getting a revenue about here. The new rates and the new revised rates would put revenue way the heck up here, which is kind of what we want. But if we're trying to work with the development community to encourage development rather than create roadblocks, why not have a situation where year one it's here, year two it's here, and it takes perhaps 3 years to get up to the level that we currently are. Any money that we bring in now, even in a phased-in approach, is going to be a lot more money than we were taking in up until now. I understand that we've got projects that need to be funded.
Sorry, Councillor, we're at questions, and you were rephrasing a question back with a lot of comment. Staff indicated that you partially answered your own question with regards to loss of revenue, and staff further substantiated that and then provided some other rationales. So did you have a specific question that you wanted to either rephrase or ask?
All right, I'll rephrase. I'll just ask then, what is the downside of a phased-in approach?
Beyond what you've identified as lost revenue, there is the other downside is that, as the Director of Finance indicated, is the increased town cost of those projects that we would have received that revenue for. So if we have a project that would cost, let's say hypothetically, $1 million, and we were going to recover 50% of the funds for that project through DCCs, by having a phased-in approach, we now might only recover 30% of those funds, by which 70% would now be tax funded, where previously it would have been funded at 50%.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll turn to Councillor O'Toole next, and then Councillor O'Keefe.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through you to staff, page 6 of the report, page 6 of 73, it's the third paragraph, which states staff are recommending that a separate DCC waiver and reduction bylaw be developed and brought forward for consideration. It then further speaks to the timeline, which essentially would mirror the timeline for implementation of this potential bylaw. Within the recommendation from staff, however, that separate DCC waiver and reduction bylaw is not referenced would staff not prefer to see that included to be addressed this evening?
Mr. Isaac?
Thank you, Councillor. It's not necessary. We know what we have to do here, and I think it was covered in the summer report as well, that we report back.
So you're going to do it regardless, is what you're saying?
That was, yes, that was one of the intentions identified in the first report.
Yeah, so here it says you're recommending it. To me, proceeding with what's proposed this evening is contingent on that. So as long as I'm hearing that you are going to proceed with that, then I'm satisfied without it being included in the motion. That's the intent, correct?
That is the intent.
Thank you.
Thanks for the question. Councillor Keefe?
Thank you. First, in regards to, I guess, our infrastructure overall, and comments about, you know, that we've lost all kinds of money over the last 27 years. So my recollection, when this is my 7th year on council, when we've talked about DCCs in the past and the need to upgrade them, there wasn't a sense of urgency that I recall in the past. And the reason is that what I recall hearing from staff is there's not a whole lot that we can charge DCCs on anyways, because Sydney is built out. We're not like, we can't be compared to Langford or Victoria or Saanich that are big municipalities. We got a pretty tight, small footprint, and our sewer systems are there, our roads are there. There's no big, huge areas for new development. And in one of the questions I put forth today, I asked in regards to the small-scale multi-unit housing, the smooth stuff, and that gentle density, which we propose to provide DCCs on. And I asked, I think, I just want to check my understanding with staff that that we have the infrastructure already in place in those areas. Just trying to make sure that I've understood that correctly.
Mr. Edwards?
And that's correct. I mean, currently Sydney services the entire, like every corner of Sydney is, well, I shouldn't say every corner, but almost every corner of Sydney is serviced with the core utilities. And we have the benefit that many of those utilities were sized appropriately to support a significant amount of growth and development. However, we are starting to see that some of those services are running up against their capacity, in particular stormwater. And then if we're, depending on the level of service that we're wanting to provide to our community and to new development, like things like sidewalks and transportation and parks, then we need to, we have actually a significant amount of infrastructure that needs to be built out. And so you'll see with the water and the sewer DCC program that the projects are fairly limited in scope and targeted in area in comparison to the parks and transportation and the like. And so I think I'm not sure of what was communicated in the past about you know, the urgency or not for DCCs, but my position has always been and will be that they are a very useful tool, and regardless of the size of the community, they should be pursued. And so the larger the community, the more complex the DCC. The smaller the community, the simpler it is. And so, you know, I think what we're finding that's being presented tonight is right size for Sydney. And I think the costs are quite reasonable for the development community to absorb. And so I'll stop there.
Yeah. Okay, thanks for that. So it sounds like, yeah, because one of my questions was about, you know, if we have infrastructure that's built already, and maybe we have to make the pipe or the pump a little bit bigger, it seems that those costs would be marginal, wouldn't be a huge amount. So I'm wondering, how do we go about calculating that? And I think that was maybe one of the comments as well that came from the feedback is how do we calculate this stuff in terms of what's existing and what is actually for new development?
So for every type of infrastructure, it's a different calculation, but to try to simplify it, one of the easiest ways is to consider a reservoir, for example. And so if you need to renew your reservoir because of aging condition, you could simply replace the reservoir to satisfy the current population's demand and have the exact same capacity that you currently have with a brand new reservoir. And all of those current and existing taxpayers should pay for that. But if you're going to increase the capacity and size of that reservoir to offset future growth, so maybe you're going to add 30% capacity to that reservoir, that 30% upgrade needs to be covered by new development. And so that's where the DCC charge would come in. And so what we've done is looked at all of the projects and looked at, okay, to what degree is this project serving existing residents versus new? And that's the benefiting factor that we attributed to each project. And you'll see very few of them have 100%. 100% would mean that it's entirely 100% driven by new development. Some of them only have 25% or lower, and that's suggesting that the bulk of the existing residents will be benefiting from that, and so they're going to pay a big chunk of that. Does that answer your question?
Sort of, yeah. I mean, I understand the general principle. I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, I know that's what we're doing, but how does it actually get measured? And so, just moving to transportation roads projects, I mean, our roads are pretty well built out. They've been here, not a huge demand, but there are a couple on the list that caught my attention, which is the Rest Haven and Ardwell intersection, and I think, just as an example, and I think that one was allocated 100% to new growth. And so I'm just struggling to understand that particular intersection. It has been an issue for a while because of the additional growth that's already taken place in that area of the town, and also in North Saanich, around North Saanich School there. And then also with the diversion of traffic from Bowerbank down Ardwell. That's going to be a concern as well. So it makes, I see why we want to do it, but it seems to me that there's already a demand. It's not just new development that is raising the need for that. So I'm wondering, how do we figure out, say in that example, that the new people have to pay for that?
All right. Our corporate officer just reminded me that we have our previous Director of Engineering, Jen Clary, on the call as well, remotely. So I might turn to Jen, but before I do, I do want to just say that it's important to recognize that much of the infrastructure that is on this list would be triggered when new development essentially drives us to that point where that new infrastructure is needed. So if we weren't growing anymore, the traffic signals at this intersection would likely never be needed. And so it is because of new development and increased growth and density and population that we would need that infrastructure. And so that's the primary driver there. I'll turn to Jen Clary, if I may, Mayor, to see if she has anything she'd like to add.
Good evening, Ms. Clary. Thank you for joining us.
Good evening. Sure, just to add to that, yes, that intersection is not currently failing from a traffic perspective. So any new development should be the ones paying for, as Mr. Edwards just said, paying for the traffic signal upgrades that may be required. So that was the theory behind that. And I do want to just add that these projects are identified. It's the locations of the traffic signals identified were either from previous studies done, like the West Side Local Area Plan, or staff's knowledge of the area. However, if development occurs in a different area, the traffic signals may need to be moved. This might not be the proper location for an actual traffic signal if there's a significant development in another part of Sydney in that northern end.
Okay, thank you. And I guess just related to one of the concerns that I picked up from UDI and some of the developers, they seem to be looking for a little bit more information on these things and to justify, why something was needed in a certain location, what was that growth related to. So it seems a reasonable request in terms of transparency. And I guess my question is, I got the impression from the presentation tonight and the letters that have come in that the development community still feels like there's some things that they would like addressed. And I know that our approach, it seems, has been to not address the specific.
Sorry, Councillor O'Keefe, I'm going to ask you to turn to a question.
Yeah, it's coming.
Yeah.
So the question is what's the downside of not responding to their individual requests? So I understand the approach we took was, in the report it says UDI and the development community had a number of concerns. We chose not to address them, but to instead reduce the number of projects. And so I'm wondering what's the downside of giving them a little bit more information in the interests of transparency?
Mr. Edwards, please.
I think the, I just want to, through you, Mayor, to Councillor O'Keefe, I think I want to be clear that we are addressing the primary concern from UDI. And I mean, let's be really clear. Their primary concern is the increased DCC rates. Last 27 years, they've had the lowest DCC rates, not in the region, but if we were to look more broadly, I'd say not every community has DCCs, but for those that do, the town of Sydney's rates were impeccably low. And and UDI's primary concern is any increase in those rates. And they're trying to do the service to their membership of mitigating and reducing that impact as much as possible. Staff have gone back after hearing their concerns and pulled one of 3 levers to try to address those concerns to a significant degree, a $10,000 reduction for low density. That's a dramatic reduction. And I think, if council wants to direct staff to do more work to satisfy UDI's concerns, then that will likely result in further delays in advancing the bylaw. And so staff can do that, and there's no real downside to it other than further delays in advancing the bylaw. And we would, recognizing that we're moving into a very busy budget period in the new year, I'm not sure when we would be able to bring it back. I'd have to confer with staff about that timing.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. Mr. Hisik, please.
Thank you. Just to clarify the intention of that wording in the report, I hope it's clear that from the attachments in the background are that detailed answers were provided to the various questions from UDI. They might not have liked the answer, but they were provided. It's not best practice to deal with each individual project. You have to take some broad strokes. There's a lot of professional judgment. It's not an exact science, but what they were ultimately looking for was lower rates, and we gave them that as a trade-off to addressing every single concern they might have had.
Thank you.
And just one more on, I think one more, on the grandfathering period, because that was one concern that I heard again, and wanting an extension of 24 months. And, you know, I guess the downside, obviously,
Sorry, the question, Councillor.
is less money. But is there some element perhaps of, I'm just wondering what would happen with, so a development that is currently, that has come to council, we've approved it, we've made provisions in there for them to pay bonus density, parkland, acquisition fee or whatever else. And if they can't get their permit for whatever reason because of market conditions, if they go past that 12-month period, does that mean that they would have to be paying these new DCCs?
Mr. Hisek?
Thank you. It's one thing to be clear, there's no doubling up. If they're paying for something that preceded DCCs, they're not going to also pay DCCs on top of that. And the biggest factor about delaying and providing a longer in-stream protection period is, as has been pointed out, potential loss of revenue and more on the taxpayers. So while we are looking to follow common practice with the 1-year protection period, we wouldn't necessarily be opposed to an extended grace period, especially if it were applied in instances where there were unavoidable internal capacity delays. But there are many delay factors that are outside of our control: financing, market shifts, construction cost, tariffs that we have nothing to do with. So why should our taxpayer have to subsidize the development as a result of those things? And the 1-year in-stream protection is just for ones that are already in-stream or will be before the bylaw is adopted. And that's essentially a handful of projects.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Edwards?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to add one point around the topic of delays. We pretty much only ever hear the term delay come up when it's being purported that the town has delayed the approval of a project. But I want to be absolutely clear that developers themselves will create long delays in their own process. So where they may submit an application that's incomplete, and it may take them months to finalize that application, but they'll quickly turn around and say that they submitted that application perhaps in April, but it didn't get approved until, let's say, November. But they'll omit the fact that the application was not completed until July or August or something of that nature. So I want to be really clear that when we're talking about delays, it's not just town processes that can cause delays or that are lengthy. The development community can very well create their own delays.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll turn to Councillor Duck and then myself.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 4 questions. My first one is, given we're surrounded by the District of North Saanich, and we are the market town for this community, what contribution will the district be making to our roadways? An example would be the cost sharing we did on the traffic circle at Amazon. Would that similarly happen at Resthaven and McDonald Park? Would that happen on Kenora? Would that there also be a contribution to increase traffic load on our downtown streets because of that being that market town?
Mr. Edwards.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Councillor Duck. Are we thinking about levies or tolls, perhaps? No, I shouldn't be so facetious there. But so for any project that is right on the border with the district, we do look at opportunities to cost share. But you can see examples where, the town has done improvements on one side or the district has done improvements on the other side, and it hasn't been reciprocal. And that's okay. It's not the preferred solution because most residents don't really differentiate between which side of the yellow line we're on. And so you know, so if we're gonna upgrade the entire roadway, we'll be looking to cost share that entire project with our neighbors. We don't do work on their side of the boundary without them paying for it. There is no mechanism for us to charge the district for their residents' use of our assets in the same way that they don't have a metric or an ability for them to charge our residents. And so, yeah, I don't know if I have answered your question fully there, but I'm not aware of there being any mechanism that we could employ to that.
Well, it addresses that growth challenge. Is the province just assigned, or is potentially assigning a housing director to the District of North Saanich to get them moving on their housing, meeting their housing goals? That housing gets built, that traffic comes to Sydney. We bear the cost of that infrastructure to manage that additional load. So I'm just saying we should be prepared and looking not at just our own development, but a development across that Kenora, across McDonald Park, that is going to increase the pressures on us to meet those needs with no real funding source for those infrastructures. So that's my first question. Second question is, there was a comment in public presentation regarding the affordability of added cost to the door of about $20,000 per door. Is that a realistic number on a single residential door or multi-family door?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Further on your allocation question on page, I just want to use an example, page 37 of the report. I'm curious to understand why Beacon Park base improvements would bear, the new development would bear 75% of that load. This is a park that's essentially completed. It's used by visitors and residents in combination. And I'm going, why would new development pay 75% of that, or they have a 75% benefit factor? And I'm kind of going, that seems kind of odd given that that load should be over the entire town.
Mr. Edwards?
My understanding is that with both Beacon and Iroquois being very popular, heavily used parks, currently meet our existing population needs quite adequately. You'll note that Beacon Park is only periodically reaching max capacity for number of users. And so the idea here being that should we need to invest in significant upgrades to the park to accommodate increased load, that is, again, it's an induced demand from new growth and new development and not the existing development. And so if population were not growing at the rate that we anticipate it to grow, we would believe that the park in its current form would be satisfactory for a longer period of time. But within the 20-year time horizon, we anticipate that the population growth will demand upgrades, and as such, we've attributed 75% of that. I hope that helps.
Helps a bit, but I'm confused why 75% of that load to go on new development. Does that is that development not impacted by increased visitor population coming, increased tourism, increased hotel stays? And so I'm going, why would you load new development with 75% of that? Why not 50% of that?
When staff were looking at the various projects and determining the benefiting factor, my understanding is that looking at these parks in particular was that, again, without that new population, the park infrastructure as it currently stands is satisfactory. And so the primary driver being increased population is why it was given 75%.
Okay, thank you. My last question deals with the municipal assist factor being set at 1%. my assumption here is that if it's set at both that for the DCCs and the ACCs, that there's going to be no fluctuation in this municipal assistance factor, like it's 1%. And yeah.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, so is this going to be recovered through the DCC bylaw that's coming, the reduction bylaw that might be coming through?
Could you restate the question?
So the idea behind a municipal assistance factor, or MAF, is to promote a low density or low cost housing through a higher municipal assist factor. So in past, our municipal assist factor, or commonly within many different municipalities, is somewhere 20 to 60% to promote affordable housing or attainable housing. What I'm hearing is that we're going to set it at 1%, so we're essentially eliminating any municipal assist factor, and that these will be the rates across the DCC, and possibly through a DCC reduction bylaw, that this will be the other way which we support affordable housing.
That's correct. And I think in older DCC bylaws and best practice guides that the province previously had, the benefiting factor wasn't much, wasn't used or wasn't understood. And so that you would have seen historically as municipal assist factors being higher. And then exactly to your point, we anticipate the DCC waiver bylaw to be the primary tool to encourage the housing that we desperately need around affordability and assisted subsidized housing.
Thank you. And I assume that the 1% is because by provincial guidelines we can't have less than 1%.
That's right. It's a requirement to have at least 1%.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. I just have one question, and that is a comment was made. It's in some of the correspondence as well, with regards to growth projections, and growth projections due to federal policy, whatever, has changed. Can staff speak to how they've dealt with growth projections and how that might filter down to Sydney, the town of Sydney?
Thank you, Mayor. I might turn to our Director of Community Planning for a response to this question.
Director Hissick is
there we go, Director.
Is volunteering.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With these things, we have to start somewhere with the best data we have at any given time. And, it makes no sense to cherry pick a growth projection from some obscure one-off report like the ED plan, as opposed to the recently completed OCP. So, frankly, if we reduced our growth projections, that would actually increase the DCC rates, as there are fewer units over which to spread the costs. The only way it could be beneficial to the development community is if some of the projects could be also curtailed. But some of them are going to be required regardless, and they're spread over a lower base. So I would say we went with our OCP. It'll be reviewed at 4 or 5 year intervals, and if growth doesn't proceed as expected, then some of these projects might fall off at the next iteration.
Thank you for the answer. Council, we do have, if there's no further questions, we do have alternative recommendations if a councillor would wish to move one. Councillor Duncan.
Sure. I'll move number 1, that the amended project list be approved as presented and staff be directed to introduce the DCC bylaw for consideration at the earliest opportunity.
Second.
Moved and seconded. I'll turn to the movers.
Yeah, thank you. I thank staff for coming up with this revised project list. And after reading the back and forth between UDI and staff, I'm satisfied that staff took the most appropriate action to address UDI's comments. Since I serve on the Regional Water Supply Commission as well, I've seen, UDI making comments on DCCs before. I think it's, They do a good job, but they are essentially kind of a lobby group. They lobby for their interests, and it is their job to kick at it and kick at it and kick at it. And they've been very thorough at kicking our DCC cars that we've been putting through the CRD and the municipalities, and their feedback has made them stronger. And I think our staff, I think when I see our staff's response, I feel that the response is adequate. I know the economic environment isn't good, and people will be looking for people to blame for that, and being able to say, because municipalities put in DCCs, people will want to point fingers. I am confident in myself that I can say, I know that people will want someone to blame for this, but that will not be because it's true. I think it's important to put into perspective what we're saying. I actually even printed out the consultant report that UDI commissioned to go to the CRD for the regional water supply, where they pointed out in this chart that in their expected wait time without DCCs for a townhouse is 6 years, wood frame apartment is 4, concrete apartment is 22. With the DCs, 1 year is added to that wait time. So I don't even know if that's going to be true, because what the big thing that they point out is that the actual effect, because market land prices right now, that's the reason 4 to 5 types of buildings are considered non-viable. And the reason the 5th, which is single family houses, is considered viable is that they feel that's the floor at which a land price can be, or a land price supports any development at all. So it can be as expensive as you want it to be. What they're concerned about, I circled this carefully, is that by adding a DCC, it will make land prices go down. For perspective, when I purchased a house in 2011 in Sydney, the land price of my house was about $250,000. When I sold it 10 years later, it was over $600,000. So $20,000 is not the reason I was unable to repurchase my home when I got divorced and I couldn't pay my half. That house was less than 5 years from being paid off. I still couldn't afford to buy it because the land price went up by $600,000. Not because it was gonna go up by $20,000, we spent $5,000 on a front door. That is not an acceptable excuse. I won't accept it from anyone in the public. I will not accept that from the development community, that this is what's gonna prevent anyone from owning a house. That's 4 months of my rent, okay? 8 months of that mortgage. Notice the difference between those things. It is not gonna stop anyone anywhere from buying a house. They will be able to add that to whatever they're gonna be charging for this now, and it's not gonna be the DCCs that made it go up. And if anyone tries to claim that, I'm going to say, like, this, I can see where your interest lies, and it was about protecting investments in land prices being high. So I'm happy to put this through. I'm happy to support this going forward in a way that hopefully will actually dampen down land prices and start internalizing costs so that the future stops having to pay for the profligacy of the current generation and previous generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Rintoul is the seconder, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and I'll concur with Councillor Duncan that I think there's evidence here of a healthy back and forth between staff and developers in terms of considering their comments and their input, and I thank the development community for their insight that have added to this process. A speaker this evening described this somewhat as a tax on future residents, and frankly, in a sense, yeah, it is. But I think it's a fair approach when we're talking about growth and we're talking about the need for expanded infrastructure. Then this mechanism exists for exactly that reason, so that current residents, aren't straddled with the costs of these types of expanding communities, and future residents in that sense are. I like where this places Sydney regionally, and so I thank staff for providing that graphic. I think it probably, as was noted, is overdue in a sense for Sydney, in fairness to our residents and current taxpayers. So I'm pleased to see this discussion taking place. I'll also just note that I will look to bring forward a motion arising, just briefly, I think, to satisfy myself, because I do believe that DCC waiver and reduction bylaw is hand in hand with this, and I do want to see that as part of this process. So I'll yield. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Garnett.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to staff again, and thank you to Urban Systems for the work done on this. Thank you for Councillor Duncan for that informative comment, something I wouldn't have thought of. So I appreciate you bringing that forward with within your context at the Wastewater and Water Commission. 27 years, that's a long time. I don't know why we got to this point, because I wasn't paying attention to municipal politics when I moved here in 1997. So I'm not sure why this got moved down the road so much further, but it's clear that we need to do something. I think I was appreciative of the fact that somebody during public participation who spoke from a development perspective acknowledged that we had low DCCs that help development and help the development community build in this community, and that was lacking in a lot of the communication I saw. And I think staff mentioned in their staff report, like, just at least acknowledge that this was a great place to build for quite a long time because of the shortfall. And that shortfall has caused issues with our infrastructure reserve. And that's something I've noted during multiple budget considerations. And so I think it's important that we need to start addressing that, especially as this is a 20-year looking out process as the community develops and moves forward. I do find it. I noticed some expressions that were used in some of the letters: reasonably priced housing and affordability. And even though we had basically non-existent DCCs in this community, in the last 5 to 10 years, I've not seen reasonably priced housing or affordable housing. So I don't know how altering these DCCs will impact that. Clearly, to what Councillor Duncan was speaking to earlier, it hasn't worked to this point, and we've had nothing. So I don't see how that argument flies. It doesn't for me. And as just thinking in terms of when we have to upgrade things, and I would just say to my colleague, as far as having to upgrade any kind of piping, I wouldn't consider that marginal. That's quite a bit of cost, quite a bit of staff time, and quite a bit of work in the community to provide those services. And this is, as was described to us during the initial presentation from Urban Systems in the summer, this is about equity, and it's about providing, making sure that future generations who move here in newer homes pay for infrastructure that's required to help the community grow. And we can't continue to put all that on the existing taxpayer, which is essentially what we've been doing for the last 27 years, I guess. And so I think staff has provided some strong rationale for their answers. As others have mentioned, there's a good back and forth that's part of the package, and I appreciate all that was provided in there, because it gave some really good context as to how staff responded to questions that were brought forward. The graphs that Mr. Hissick provided today it really is a closing piece for me, because I was kind of wondering, it's almost like you read my mind, like, where do we fit in with what it was and where it would be and what it will be today with the drops. And I think staff has tried to provide a compromise and working with the development community in terms of dropping these anywhere, I think, from 36 to 45%, depending on the land use. And I think that's a reasonable approach. And I think they've done their due diligence, and I think they've done. Our CEO is confident that, in having served in a similar capacity in the past, that the inspector of municipalities will look favorably on this draft bylaw. And I think I respect the work the staff has done on this, and I think that we need to move forward at this point in time, if nothing more than to address the shortfalls in our infrastructure reserves. And I think it's critically important moving forward. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Garnett. I'm turning next to Councillor Duct and Councillor Novick.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm hesitant to support this recommendation or motion going forward. Like my colleague, Councillor O'Toole, I'm seeing there's a lot of weight based on the DCC waiver bylaw, because that is an incentive for developers to come forward. I'm hoping that in the DCC bylaw that comes forward, that staff will give consideration to a more phased-in approach. I think we can't load the burden of our misfortune of not doing anything with the DCCs for the last 27 years on our developers right away. And I think a phased-in approach would be much more accommodating and get them moving. And the third area I'd like to see is, and I note that the allocation of 75% on Beacon Park, for example, I'd like to see more economic analysis on both the DCCs and the ACCs, just to get a sense of how that allocation goes relative to growth, relative to external growth, as well as those specific projects or allocations. So I'll hold my thoughts there for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And just to touch on one point you made in terms of suggesting that staff consider further the phase-in approach, this is the time for council to make a decision and give direction to staff. So I'll leave that thought there and turn next to Councillor Novick and Councillor O'Keefe.
Thank you, Mayor. I too, like my colleague, have difficulty with this as it's presented, and I won't support it as it's currently written. I'll tell you why. First of all, $20,000, as my colleague Councillor Duncan said, doesn't sound like a lot when we're talking about $1 million house. However, the reality is that developers do not simply pass on that $20,000. Developers finance projects, they've got overhead, they've got design development costs that add to the actual out-of-pocket cost for the purchase of land and supplies. And it wouldn't surprise me if that $20,000 turned into $40,000 when it came to actually selling that property to the end user. And that $40,000 is significant. There are plenty of people whose budgets cannot go $40,000 higher at whatever level they decide that they're prepared to purchase that. So I hesitate to accept the fact that it's only $20,000. It's not only $20,000. I too think a phased approach is the way to go. Yeah, it's been 27 years. We're long overdue. But getting it right, I think, is more important than rushing to get a bill in or a bylaw in that is wrong. We can wait another month or two to get it right if we've waited 27 years. A phased approach has a benefit that nobody's talked about so far, and that is if a developer sees that our DCCs are going to be phased in over a period of 3 years, they're going to be encouraged to get shovels in the ground a lot faster so that they can pay the lower of the DCCs in that phased increase over time. Right now, the market is telling developers to hold off. One of the ways we can counter that is by providing an incentive, and that incentive would be to phase in those DCCs over a period of a number of years, and could be 3, could be 5, and I'm quite certain that any developer that's going to want to build in Sydney is going to get their project advanced as quickly as possible so they pay the lower of the fees on that scale. I think that's a reasonable approach to going from $100 a door to $20,000 a door. I think it's unreasonable to expect a developer to have to deal with that kind of a order of magnitude increase. It does impact the final selling price. And that final selling price in a sensitive market like we're in right now is significant. It's the difference between selling a property and not selling a property. And that does make a difference to the development community. they've delayed a lot of projects for exactly those reasons. The market isn't going to support it. They still want to build here, but right now the market isn't supporting it. And if we're going to add a huge, steep barrier to development, they'll just wait longer until the market comes back. And we won't make our housing targets. I don't think we want a housing inspector like North Saanich is getting. So I would like to move an amendment to the recommendation, and that is that the DCC bylaw include a phased-in scale for the new development cost charges.
Sorry, Councillor, just for clarification, you did in your deliberation make reference to a 2 or a 3 year phase-in. I think an amendment should specify what the phase-in period would be. So we have a
Is this an amendment or actually
Sorry,
kind
is
of
this
a
a point of
motion
order?
arising point of order? Yeah,
Any
this sounds,
question?
it sounds like this
It's an
isn't an
amendment.
amendment to this motion. It sounds like it would be a motion arising from it to give instructions of what's in it.
Okay, so
That we
I
should
will
move
rule-
these two things still separately.
I will rule on your point of order. So the point of order is questioning whether this should be an amendment to the motion or it should be a motion arising. I'm going to accept it as an amendment because there is not a phase-in period and it would change it. And if the amendment passes, then the motion is amended. If it doesn't pass, then we have the main motion on the floor.
Okay. Well, in a perfect world. and-
Sorry, I'm asking to clarify what the phase-in period would be in your amendment.
All right. If I might make a commentary, in a perfect world, I would want staff to make that recommendation to us. What would be the best? But since that hasn't been the case, I'll say that the phased-in approach should be a minimum of 3 years.
Second.
Okay, so I didn't ask for a seconder yet, so I'm not going to accept the seconder. We have a motion and I want to turn to staff. Mr. Hissick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I fear we might be confusing phase-in period with assist factor. Are we simply talking about a longer grace period for the half a dozen or so in-stream applications, or those that might come in prior to adoption? Or are we talking about phasing it in with the use of an assist factor over a number of years?
I'll turn to the mover.
I'm thinking of a phased-in approach of the table of ultimate DCCs, so that we don't have, for example, 18,900 in year one. That, for example, and don't take this as gospel, but for example, in year one for a single-family dwelling, the DCC could be $8,000. In the second year, it could be $14,000. In the third year, it could be the full 18,000. And I know that it would result in a reduced revenue stream, but I think the benefits of that I've spoken to already.
Mr. Hissick?
Okay, thank you for clarifying. That sounds very much like a series of reducing assist factors, starting with a fairly high one in year one, perhaps a percentage of that in year two, and then back to the 1% in year three.
So with the clarification that Councillor Novick has provided, staff are indicating that to put the clarification in effect would require the use of an assist factor.
That is how these are phased in, yes.
Thank you. I'm just seeking clarification.
Okay,
Councillor Novick,
I'm okay with.
please,
Sorry.
I'm with staff. Mr. Edwards?
Okay, I just wanted to add to it, it's important to note that with the phased-in approach, so whether it's over 3 years or 5 years, depending on the assist factor will have a significant impact on the financials in terms of like the amount of revenue received from DCCs versus the amount the town will be paying. And, you know, very quick analysis would show that at a minimum you're probably if we're talking about 100 low-density units, you know, in the order of magnitude of 1.5 million or more in terms of DCC rates not recovered. We would do much more analysis. I also want to stress that we would, if we were going to consider something like this, that it would further delay the DCCs, as Councillor indicated. But we've also fully allocated the funding for our consultant to give us the support we need to do this type of analysis. So we would need additional budget allocation to support that additional work.
Okay, so we've clarified what the intent of your motion is, and so what you are asking for in effect would be by an assist factor. I'll now look for a seconder.
Second.
Thank you. I'll now turn to the movers and seconders to motivate further.
Point of clarification, could I have the motion, the amendment repeated, please?
I'll ask Ms. Nelson, please, to read it back.
That the DCC bylaw include a phased-in scale or an assist factor at a minimum of 3 years.
Okay, so the motion is that the amended project list be approved as presented and staff be directed to introduce the DCC bylaw for consideration. So this would be an added point to that motion, not just a paragraph or a clause within the sentence. Okay. Does that help, Councillor? Thank you. Mover?
So with regard to how exactly that phased-in approach is managed, I leave it to our very competent staff to come up with the mechanics of it. I don't think that that's something that I don't have enough knowledge to be able to say exactly how that should be implemented. I'm thinking of it from the perspective of the end user, and that would be the developer and ultimately the purchaser of whatever real estate project we're talking about. The project list that I saw contained a lot of items, many of which are not going to be done in the first year. For example, if you looked at the table of park projects, there was a line item for $2 million.
Is this to the amendment, the motivation to the amendment?
I'm motivating to the amendment because there was a comment from staff that
the amendment is with regards to phase-in?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
So there was $2 million allocated for a public square, which based on the calculations I observed, contributed approximately 10% to the DCCs for the parks program.
Sorry, is this rationale with regards to the main motion of DCCs or to the phase-in?
To the phased-in, because my point is that particular project is not going to get done in year one. It's also not likely to get done in year two. And so I believe that a phased-in approach, while still providing a revenue stream, is not going to deprive us of projects that are in the list of projects. They're not all going to be done in the first year. And I'm quite satisfied that the phased-in approach will not cause the community to suffer in terms of getting those projects built. And it will help, as I earlier stated, it will help the development community. It will encourage development community to get their applications in earlier, get their shovels in the ground earlier so they can benefit from the lower DCCs while that phased-in approach is in effect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Duff, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I support this motion moving forward, or the amendment to this motion, for a couple of reasons. One is I think that, again, I repeat that because we haven't done anything in 27 years, that we should not load that onto developers right away. And so this I don't see as a municipal assist factor. I see it as specific line item tables for each of year 1, 2, 3, if it's a 3-year, showing what it is in year 1, what is in year 2, what is in year 3. It's not an assist, this is what it is, changing from current to that, and will change progressively over the next 3 years. The municipal assist, as I understand, would be transferred to the DCC waiver bylaw that my colleague Councillor Rantoul is suggesting is a motion arising. So this isn't an assist factor. I think that the waiver will benefit those that are building low-cost housing, supported housing, and that's where that sort of waiver should be, is directed to those programs that are supporting our community. So I support the phase-in with specific targets for each of year 1, year 2, year 3. There's no assist factor. This is what they're changing to over the next 3 years.
Sorry, I do see a councillor hand raised, but I do also see CEO CEO Edwards, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I think terms are getting confused, and I want to help council understand that if we're not ready to make a decision tonight, then it is entirely feasible to bring this back at a future time to advance it. Because it is a very important bylaw. We want to make sure that everybody's clear and understanding what's being proposed here. The most recent motion that's been put on the table is about assist factors, not about waivers. And so I just want to make sure that we're all very clear about what we're contemplating here.
Thank you. So we're talking about a phased-in approach by the use of an assist factor. That's the amendment that is on the floor. Councillor Luck, you did have the floor.
I'll rest.
Thank you. Councillor Duncan?
No, thank you. I had just wanted to make that clarifying point that Mr. Edwards did.
Councillor Gurnett?
Thank you, Mayor. I won't support the motion. I think we're kind of getting bogged down on individual things that are in a plan that are part of a growth 20 years out. So I don't think staff was planning on doing a $2 million town square next year. This is something that would have to happen through growth. It's in the plan to accommodate for it if it's necessary in the future. And I think we're getting stuck and focused on things all being done next year, which is not what this plan is indicating. It's talking about 20 years out. So it's providing the ability through growth, putting money aside so when the time comes, these projects can be done in such a way that it's not a burden on the taxpayer. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor O'Keefe.
Thank you. I won't support the motion only because I don't support the underlying motion. And also, if we were going to do not totally opposed to the phased-in thing. I don't know if I would do it over 3 years, but it's something that I would want staff to come back with some more information about this and other things that'll bring up later when we're talking about the motion in general. So for those reasons, I won't support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Councillor O'Keefe, Councillor Rantoul, myself, Councillor Gurnett, Councillor Duncan. The amendment fails. We're back to the main motion not amended. Do we have any further speakers? Councillor O'Keefe.
Thank you. So I'm not in favor of the motion as it's presented for a number of reasons. And first, I want to start off by saying, it's been decades since we looked at our DCCs. This will have an impact on housing and people who can come and live in Sydney. I think it's important that we take the time to make sure, the first DCC bylaw in 27 years, I think it's important to take the time to make sure we understand the implications, that we've addressed the concerns of UDI. And there's a number of other things that I'm still kind of uncertain about. The other thing that's in my mind as I approach this is that a lot has been said about how the development community has profited from this for 27 years. I would say the people who benefit from this are the people who moved to Sydney in the last 27 years. So it's the citizens, it's the people who are here now that bought properties and were able to buy in at those amounts. So the benefit of that went to those people. And then in moving forward, the people that's going to impact are the future population. And so the future population I'm looking at are one of our speakers tonight commented on workforce housing, young people. And while some people may not think $20,000 isn't going to make a big difference, I know, having watched, my kids and their friends who are millennials trying to get into the housing market, there's multiple barriers. Just coming up with the down payment, having to provide for the property transfer tax, mortgage insurance. So to me, this is just one more thing that we're attacking on that is going to impact the price of housing. So that's kind of the frame that I look at this through. The things that are still concern for me is in terms of the population growth. So what I would like to see is more on that. I know that we've used the figures from our OCP, but my recollection is our OCP, I think, was based on the last census, which was, not the last census, census before. So it's several years old. And if there's an opportunity I'd like to have that updated growth projections so that maybe there are things that we don't need to do that are on that project list. In terms of the other things that I'd like us to take a second look at if this motion were to fail, and I would propose that we take a second look at things like the parks, DCCs, and the transportation projects. I understand the response staff provided to those things, but it's still a mystery to me how we decide that 75% of Beacon and Iroquois Park gets allocated to new growth and some of the transportation projects. So in my mind, I'm still not satisfied that I can rationalize that. I'm concerned about the plan to charge DCCs on small-scale multi-unit housing and developments under 4 units. And the reason is because staff have already advised that few upgrades are needed for sewer and water for those types of developments. So I'm concerned about that sort of thing. And those developments are ones that are mainly targeted at new and younger homeowners. So I'm concerned about that's who we're targeting. So when we talk about, UDI and the development community, it's ultimately those people that want to come and live in Sydney and work in Sydney that are impacted by this. I also still have concerns about the in-stream applications and the grace period. I'd like to see that extended to 24 months. And then some sort of economic analysis about, it's still not clear to me how to think that these charges won't have an impact. I know that we looked at what Victoria did, and for Victoria, they said it's not going to impact them. I don't know that. Sydney's a different kettle of fish out here. And yeah, so for me, just in terms of fairness and transparency, I don't feel for me that I can, that standard has been met for me. We heard from UDI tonight that they still have concerns, and I think those are valid. And I would like to see us spend a little bit more time addressing those things before this goes ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Duncan?
Yeah, thank you. I think there is another piece of information that I did forget to bring up earlier because, I'm worried that people are going to take away from this, that this will somehow impact affordable housing. And, Councillor Duck brought up the waivers, which obviously we were looking at, which would apply to affordable housing. But when we had a housing needs assessment report, we found we had a 7,000 unit oversupply of housing geared towards the highest income brackets, which corresponded precisely to a 7,000 unit undersupply of every single other category of housing. We do not have a housing shortage. If there is anyone watching this who's one of the younger people being used as a bludgeon and a cudgel here, do not let them snow you with this anymore. We don't have a housing shortage. We have a land price, like a land price glut. We have agreed oversupply. There's, on average, and we have the data for this too, one person living in each of these 3 and 4 bedroom luxury priced houses. They are not luxury houses. Their land was allowed to appreciate to be priced that way. We know that you were you were denied your mortgage from the bank because you could afford $895,000, but oh no, you're not going to be able to afford $915,000. That's ridiculous, and we all know it. Do not let them speak for you. I don't want to see any letters, to the paper trying to use that tack.
Thank you, Councillor Duncan. Any further discussion on the main motion? Councillor Novick.
Thank you, Mayor.
Any new points?
I just want to say I concur with my colleague beside me. I think we've waited so long. We need to see this done right. The project list that I see in front of me is not programmed. I don't know what projects are going to be done year 1, what projects will be done in year 5. I know, as my colleague Councillor Garnett said, these are 20 years worth of projects. They are. But we're hiking up the DCCs right away in year 1. I don't believe that by scaling or phasing in the approach to DCCs that we're going to be short any money. Whatever we do get is going to be much greater than what we're getting in right now. So I would like to see this brought back to council. I won't support it as it is. I think a little more work needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Garnett.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to advise my colleague, to say that this has not been done right minimizes the work that staff has done. So I would just ask you to use different kind of wording. Thank you.
I'll take that as a point of order. I'll take that as a point of privilege. Thank you. Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? Councillor Novick, Councillor O'Keefe, and Councillor Duck. The motion carries. Thank you. Councillor Until, you had a motion arising?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll move that a separate DCC waiver and reduction bylaw be developed and brought forward for consideration prior to adoption of a DCC bylaw.
Second.
Sorry, Councillor, I'll ask for a seconder. I want clarification of the motion. Staff, can you indicate the timing of that waiver bylaw coming forward?
Thank you, Mayor. I believe it really depends on how long the inspector takes to review the DCC bylaw. So it's entirely feasible for us to have the waiver bylaw ready at some point next year, but it may be that we're in a position where we're waiting to finalize the waiver bylaw while we have the inspector's approval. And so with this motion, if I'm understanding it correctly, if we receive the inspector approval, perhaps let's say in March, but the waiver bylaw is not yet ready, we would hold on bringing the DCC bylaw forward until that waiver bylaw was complete and ready.
So Councillor, in making the motion, that's your understanding of that timing?
That
You're
is
not intending it through the motion for it to come forward sooner than it otherwise would?
Correct. That is the intent, as Mr. Edwards summarized, and I do believe it's in keeping with what's suggested on page 6, paragraph 3.
Okay, so Councillor Duck, do you wish to second?
Yes, please.
I'll turn to the movers.
Yeah, thank you. Staff had indicated, they're committed to moving this forward, as it was a recommendation included in the report. I understand and appreciate that. To me, the important component I wanted to get in here was the section that Mr. Edwards looked to clarify, and that's prior to adoption of a DCC bylaw. I think this is part and parcel of what we're moving forward with, and I think we need to see them to that extent in tandem, recognizing that we will move the DCC bylaw along to the process if it moves forward to receive that review by the inspector. And while that's happening, my understanding is that this other work will be going on in the background and come forward in advance of proposed approval. Thank you,
Thank you. Councillor Duck is the secretary, please.
Yes, thank you. And as my colleague said, I think this is important that they come in tandem because we are changing the process of how we've done this with the elimination of the municipal assist factor, and that DCC waiver will essentially replace that in some form. So it will be key to understanding how we can afford to support low-cost housing and attainable housing within our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? That carries unanimous. Thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
I would just like to address the comment that my colleague made earlier.
Sorry, with your microphone, perhaps.
Sorry, I meant no disrespect to our staff. In fact, I feel that the work that was done by staff and the consultants was exemplary. My comment was simply that I felt I needed more information in order to be able to move forward with this. I felt that being presented with a block of projects like that did not help me to understand how the process would unfold over a period of time. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for the clarification. We take that to mean that you didn't mean the process to date hasn't been right. It's been a good process. What you were asking for is to continue the process for further information and deliberation. Thank you, councillors. We're turning to the last item, or sorry, not the last item. We're turning to item 13B, development status on 10393 Albay Road. I'll turn to Ms. Verhagen for an introduction, please.
Thank you. So this report was written to provide an update on the status of development on the property at 10393 Albay Road. As the report says, there is an active construction on the site of building a new 3-unit residential development. There was some work undertaken on the site along the shoreline on the private property, but the bank was excavated out before a different development permit and building permit were issued for building a seawall there. The report outlines enforcement action taken by staff and that the applicant has applied for the required development permit minor and building permit. Since the initial infraction happened, they have been following the required process and complying with staff requests for information. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll turn to colleagues. Councillor Duck to begin, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, if I could through to staff. Have we had any further updates from the federal or provincial governments relative to this?
Through the mayor, staff was contacted by the Federal Department of Fisheries and Oceans Canada in late October. They were following up on comments that they'd received from the public about the construction activity and the work on the foreshore area there. They had a few questions. We have not heard from them since, so they may be doing their own process, but I'm not sure. We haven't heard anything further. Thank you.
Thank you, if I may, Mayor. I noticed in the report, staff report, that a fine of $500 was issued to the property owner. Has that been paid?
Through the mayor, yes.
When was it paid?
Again, through the mayor, I don't have the exact date. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Relative to the potential construction that's going to go here, which I believe falls under seawall policy DV011, within that policy, there's specifics relative to the impact on vegetation species and environmental impact. How's that being addressed in whatever is going to come into there?
The development permit application includes a landscape plan showing proposed plantings to go back in the area. I would have to read the report from the engineer to know what information they've put in there about what vegetation was removed. But there is information in the report. Thank you.
If I may, Mayor, one final question. As this is in the ESA, as was pointed out in public participation, how are we addressing the impact on the ESA? It was suggested that maybe we can be looking at something like a qualified environmental professional, or maybe reaching to our community for that kind of relationship. what are we doing to look at this within the ESA as it stands?
Again, through the mayor, so when we receive an application for a development permit minor like this to alter land in a designated environmentally sensitive area, staff review the proposed changes against the design guidelines that we have in the OCP. So there is a section in there, coastal marine design guidelines. So we review it against those. Staff are also looking at our internal policies in terms of what we're reviewing to see when a report from a qualified environmental professional should be required. Like what level of alteration should require that report. Some alterations are very minor and don't need that, and some are more significant. So that's something that we're doing in-house. Thank you.
Thank you. One last question, if I may, Mayor. Given that this is very publicly exposed property on a beachfront, and this is a DV minor which will not come back to council, what sort of communication will be going out to the public on the resolution of this? Thank you.
Thank you. In the communication and public engagement section of the report, it does speak to that. At this time, no further public communication is planned. As it says in the report, the property owner is working with the town to meet all requirements. So additional proactive communications to the public about a private compliance matter may not be the most appropriate thing. This is one private property, and the work that was done was completely on the private property. They are working with staff to resolve the problem, and they've applied for the correct permits. Thank you.
Councillor Duff?
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Gannett?
Thank you, Mayor.
And then I have Councillor Duncan and Councillor O'Keefe.
Through you to staff, from looking at the pictures and both sent in by the letter writer and our staff pictures, it appears that prior to the work there was actually some natural vegetation that was there. Can you confirm if that's the case or if I'm seeing the picture appropriately?
Yes, there was vegetation on the bank.
Okay, so we already really had softscaping in place. Okay, thank you. And we're looking at or reviewing our find and bylaw, our policy currently, as the staff report states. Is there a provision now that allows for escalating of fines for repeat offenders? And what I mean by that is if you have a developer that does this once and then does it again at a different property they're developing, is it just the same fine every time, or is there any kind of escalation?
It is the same fine every time. However, in the review process, staff will be looking at what the fining opportunities are, and so we do need to be careful not to go to the full extent of our fining limit, because that will likely result in a high number of contested cases and sort of court challenges. And so what we may consider is like the opportunity for that progressive fining ability and or iterative increasing for fines for repeat offenders and other similar approaches.
And one last question, if I may, and it's just it just struck me because we just talked about M216, the private members legislation is moving through, and I'm reading the report, and I don't know if it would apply to this or not, but their engineer dictated that this seawall would be fine the way it is, regardless of what would be in our OCP, it seems like. So is that something that would be part of that legislation?
It's too soon to tell, but it is a concern that we share, that if we were to get a statement from a registered professional under the governance Professional Governance Act, stating that they believe they've met all of the permitted requirements, then we would be in a dispute scenario. And so if that were the case, we would then have to follow that new proposed legislative process. Currently, as it stands, we do enjoy the ability to have more of a back and forth engagement, and so it's not clear if Bill 216 or how that would essentially play out, but this could be a scenario where it would be pretty negative to the town and the community.
Thank you. And if I may, Mayor, if we could make a comment, since there's no recommendation or movement, or would that be allowed? It's just for information, I think so.
Absolutely.
I just want to thank staff for providing this information. It's been widely discussed in the community, and I appreciate that we now have information out there for people who are wanting to know what was taking place. Appreciate the speaker earlier and your advocacy for Roberts Bay and bringing it to the attention of the relevant authorities. The OCP process, what it showed me is that this community values their ESAs highly, and so much so that the draft policy was revised to add other areas. So it's unfortunate. It's frustrating I think for many of us probably to see this happen. It's such a critically important area in terms of foraging fish and just the whole ecosystem there. And apparently this is one of the better spots, unfortunately. So just I want the community to know that I've been quite frustrated and I was upset to see it when I went out and looked. And so I do appreciate the advocacy that the letter writers and the people who live in that neighborhood taking the time to monitor that area, because we can't be everywhere. And it's really appreciated that you do that and that you make sure that we're aware of things that are going on that shouldn't. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Garnett, for those remarks. Councillor Duncan, please.
Yeah, thank you. I guess this is a question that arose from the public participation about, I wish I'd written this down better, that this was a development permit minor, and since this isn't an ESA, at what point are we able to actually apply that point to trigger a development permit major? Do municipalities have control? I'm wondering if staff can kind of answer that about whether there's additional things that we can do because of that, or if this is totally set by the province and what a municipality is empowered to say what type of development permit application you're getting.
Definitely, that's a great question. Through the mayor to Councillor Duncan. So Sydney's Land Use Procedures Bylaw 1380 sets what is a development permit major and a DP minor. The development permit minors are reviewed and approved in-house by staff. Staff do not have the ability to deny a development permit minor application. If staff were to be wanting to deny it, they would send a report to council to say recommending denial. Usually we work with the applicant to resolve any challenges with it so that it can be approved. That's why in this case, staff asked for more information on the property. Here it is a DP minor because it's for alteration of the land within the environmentally sensitive area. It doesn't improve the form and character of the building. That does not need a DP. This is just approving the alteration of the land in the ESA. So it's our own bylaw that says what's a DP minor and a DP major.
Mr. Edwards, please.
I want to add on to that DPs, especially DP minors, it's very common for staff to be the approving officer for those. And a lot of communities don't have any development permits coming to council. And so in my previous community, I was the approving officer, and only variances came to council for consideration of approval. And so, I would, if anything, I would be recommending to council that we're looking at further delegated authorities to focus council's attention on more strategic issues than development permits that are generally complying. And so I would hate for an issue like this of non-compliance to result in a retraction of delegated authority and increased, for lack of a better term, bureaucratic process, which would, likely cause, further delays for relatively simple development permits.
Thank you for that clarification. I thought it was important to raise, because I know the public is hoping that there's more that can be done, and so I'm grateful to staff for bringing forward a report that has shown how they're thinking about it and what could possibly be a response here. I guess I'm satisfied that staff will continue thinking about it, at what can be done as it comes up and as these policies come forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor O'Keefe, please.
Thank you. And yeah, thank you again for the for all the information. Just a couple things I'm wondering about is, I think staff mentioned about landscaping plan, for this area. And I'm just looking at a letter we got from, Mr. Wainwright about, there's different vegetation and things in that zone that got sort of chewed up. So when we're looking at landscape plan, are we looking to replace it to the state that it was at in terms of the types of vegetation and species that were there before? Yeah, I'm just wondering how that works.
Sure, through the mayor. So no, that's not always the situation. Staff are looking for new landscaping to be in compliance with the guidelines. So we're not looking for plants to be replaced at a certain specific ratio. We do look at the species that are proposed. We look at them against the guidelines that talk about adding species that will do well in a shoreline environment, ones that are suited to the area. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I guess what I'm looking at in terms of what Mr. Wainwright's saying in terms of a replanting plan and other methods to mitigate the losses. So we're not necessarily looking at that in terms of returning it to its previous state.
So as it says in the staff report, the initial development permit that was approved to remove the previous house and to alter the site to build this new 3-unit structure, that one was approved showing this area along the shoreline is not to be touched because it was in a known archaeological site. Since that development permit was approved and the building permit was approved, the property owner obtained a heritage alteration permit from the province, which is within the realm of the province to do, to alter that known area by doing this work. They started that work without getting a development permit from the town that showed us exactly what was there with all those details. The original DP that was issued didn't show specific details about what plants were there because they said that they weren't going to touch it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So as noted, that report was for information. There's no recommendations. So any questions or comments are appropriate? Councillor Duff?
Just one last question, if I may. Thank you,
Sure.
Mayor. How's the environmental impact being assessed? Like, how's that, is there any environmental impact and how's that being assessed? Thank you.
So we've received a report from the geotechnical engineer that has assessed the slope excavation that was done there. We have not received a report from a qualified environmental biologist on this. The landscape plan that was proposed was done by a landscape architect, so we're reviewing it under that scope. Thank you.
Is there any, given the, under the seawall bylaw, is there any anticipation of doing an environmental assessment, impact assessment? Thank you.
Mr. Edwards?
I'm just adding that because both the provincial and federal governments were also notified of this project, so the environmental elements of it are likely being considered by the Department of Fisheries and Oceans Canada. And while it's not to say that we couldn't require a qualified environmental professional to do an assessment, I think is the way things are with this particular project at this time is best left in the Department of Fisheries and Oceans Canada's hands. But again, for our current process, a QEP report is not required. It's not something that we would be pursuing.
Thank you for that clarification. So will we be awaiting some federal and provincial input prior to this moving any further ahead?
No, it's two separate things. And so there's the development permit minor, which is the proposed bank work that is happening. And then there's the potential harms that were created to the nearshore environment that the fisheries officials would be looking at.
Okay, thank you. Help me understand under the seawall bylaw 011, I think it is, there is a requirement, or there's an element of environmental impact there. Is there any assessment done relative to that?
I would look to our Director of Development Services for assistance in responding to that one. Thank you.
Again, I think I just answered that question, saying that, I'm sorry, it's not specifically a clear answer, but we are reviewing the landscape plan and we're reviewing the information that was submitted by the engineer. Thank you.
Okay, so we're depending on the engineer to give us a environmental assessment of that impact. Is that what I'm hearing?
So in this case, the work was done before, like the bank was excavated and the vegetation was removed before the applicant submitted a plan showing what was there. The development permit that was approved back in March showed this area as not being touched. And there was no specific landscape plan for what was there because they weren't going to touch it. They went in and altered it before applying for a DP to do so, to alter that portion of the land. So I'm not sure that somebody going in now could say what was there because it's been removed. So even if the property owner hired a qualified environmental professional to do that work, they would be going in after the fact and guessing at what had been there. So, yeah.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor, for the questions. And I have a follow-up, if I may, is with regards to the provincial and federal jurisdictions and what they're doing, will the municipality or staff receive any indication of what the outcomes are from those other orders of government?
That's at the discretion of those other orders of government. There's no requirement for them to engage with us on this.
But we're not prohibited from requesting it, and we may do that.
Yeah, we're not prohibited from requesting that. We're not actively pursuing what's happening in their jurisdiction and with what they're undertaking.
No, thank you for that. I can recall a totally different situation several years ago where we did request and the federal government just said no. That's sort of thing. So, okay, thank you for the discussion and thank you for the report. We'll move to the next item, and we are under 14A, which was the item of correspondence 15-2 raised by Councillor Garnett. If you could address that, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Just looking at the clock, before I start, would you like to motion to extend the meeting?
Yes, please.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Councillor Intulo's opposed. We will provide a pillow. Motion carries.
Thank you, Mayor. This letter was written by Mr. Carlson in the community, and I just wanted to bring it forward because we've recently done a survey in the community. We haven't got the results back yet from potentially lowering the speed limit from 50 to 30 kilometers an hour, on all local roads. And if you look at the map that staff have provided, we often talk of orphaned lots. This portion of Mills Road is now an orphaned street, so to speak. So from Siddle to Rest Haven is still 50 kilometers an hour, and I understand the rationale Collector Street, but if you look at it within the context of that neighborhood, it doesn't make a lot of sense. The letter writer makes a lot of good points. I haven't gone out to measure the distance, so I can't speak to that. But in terms of the street itself and the seniors' homes, the daycare, and cars parked on both sides of the street, I guess my question through you to staff would be, this isn't part of the process we're currently considering, but is there a process whereby we could lower the speed limit in this section of road to 30 kilometers an hour, and would be looking into doing that at some point in the future?
Mr. Edwards, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Through you to Councillor Garnett. Staff have looked at this road and this speed reduction opportunity and do agree that in all likelihood Mills Road should be dropped to 30 for its entirety, and that there, I do apologize for the confusion with the map that's associated with the speed reduction project, because that map does identify that only a portion of Mills Road that is currently part of the new bikeway would be dropping to 30, and the remainder was left as a collector. There was quite a bit of staff discussion at the time about, whether or not to include the entirety of Mills Road, and it didn't make it into that version of the map, but staff do concur that regardless of the outcome of that speed reduction project, that they would be considering dropping the entirety of Mills to 30, and that could be done not by way of amending the OCP, but rather through the street and traffic bylaw. And so we'll see what comes of the speed reduction project first before advancing an amendment like that.
Great. Thank you very much. I'm glad. It's great for the letter writer to know that it is in the forward view. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gurnett. We're receiving.
Can I add to that?
Oh, please do.
I just think this is a great opportunity as we move towards the completion of the Power Bank Bikeway, and this is one element of it, that we have some communication going out to, because I know that the staff intend to follow up with and seek further information about the success and the value of that. So I think this would be a good thing to insert into that follow-up, just to make sure they understand the changes that are happening there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Keefe?
Thanks. Thanks to Councillor Garnett for bringing this up. I had sent questions to staff last week on this one, so you don't have to respond to that because we got those tonight. That's good. And I think it would be an easy thing to implement. When I went by there last week, it says 30 kilometers per hour at one end and 30 kilometers at the other. So anybody on that street would think that that's, and then to have a 50-kilometer little bit. So anyways, I'm glad to hear that you're thinking along the same lines. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further speakers now, we'll move on. We're receiving the other items of correspondence for information by virtue of being on the agenda. No notices of motion. We'll turn to Councillor Gannett, who will kindly read our motion to go on camera.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll move that it is in the opinion of council that the public interest requires that persons other than members of the council and officers be excluded from the meeting to consider confidential matters regarding information that is prohibited from disclosure under Section 21 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, pursuant to Section 90.1J of the Community Charter, and the council continue the meeting in closed session.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Thank you. All in favor?